Good morning, welcome along to what is always a special day on the darting calendar. Yep, it is Thursday here at the MODUS Super Series, and Matthew Edgar alongside me. Nowhere else you'd rather be.
No, I love it in Portsmouth, or I've got to really. I've practically live here now.
Yeah, it's been a great week so far in Portsmouth here at the Live Lounge. One player is already through to finals now on Saturday, so let's take a look back at the Group A highlights to see who it was. So Matt, Luke Getty, Willem Mandigers and Tony Newell, who we'll see in the first three clips here, they're all going to be in action in Group C this morning. Out of those players, who do you have the highest hopes for?
I think Mandigers always starts a little bit strong, but for me, Tony Newell's the guy who's got that pedigree. He's had a PDC tour card, got through Q School 3 times, and said this morning that he's feeling quite good, so he can write off the disappointment of Group A. I think we see a better Tony Newell here in Group C.
And it'll be a Dutch duo going into Group B this evening. Richard Veenstra, who produced this brilliant big fish finish, goes through with Chris Landman. It looked like in the early part of the week it would be those two fighting it out for top spot, but in the end it went to the pretty unknown Adam Warner, and he was very, very impressive, wasn't he?
Well, you say the unknown, he's very well known now. Top of the group, 24 points. It was all about Veenstra and Landman before the off, and that was where our attention was going. But Adam Warner, you can see here from this 158, and that was a game where he took a 3-0 lead, and Landman was coming back at him, but then he took out that 158 to get over the line and win the match. Now, this was the big thing for me. We asked so many questions of Adam. I almost doubted it. I thought this has got to stop at some point, but it didn't. He just kept producing, and rightly booked his place in Saturday's final.
Well, let's get final confirmation of that table then. Warner on top, 2 points clear of Landman and Veenstra. You saw the 158 checkout against Landman to beat him there. It was very much 2 leagues within one, wasn't it?
And I spotted this on the first day, if you remember when we reviewed it. I said all that's going to happen here is I think those two are just going to separate. We're going to have 2 mini tables produced. But again, when I say about the questions of Adam Warner, just look at the legs column there. He went into that last game knowing that actually defeat would have probably left him third rather than top. And he came out and produced again. He could be dangerous on Saturday.
Well, I've mentioned how these players are going to be separated, but let's look at who else is coming in to join them. So Adam Warner, he's through. He's got that past to finals night. Group B gets underway tonight. As we mentioned, Veenstra and Landman in it, joined by Kai Fan Lung, Nick Kenny and Rob Collins. But this morning, Group C gets underway, and there's some pretty interesting names there.
I think the most interesting one, the eye instantly draws towards Leonard Gates. He's here in preparation for the PDC World Championship, which does start tonight at Alexandra Palace. But Leonard Gates is playing on Monday. He could map out quite a nice little journey here, because if he can get through this group, he'll be playing Saturday. So he can play here Saturday night, he can get in the car, drive over to the Alexandra Palace on Sunday, play on Monday. That is perfect preparation for Leonard Gates.
Yeah, if you were in the World Championships, you're not trying to turn the screw or anything, but if you were, is this what you'd kind of be trying to be doing? Would you be on the phone to the organiser saying, look, I'm playing the second week of the World Championship, put me in this the week before?
Well, essentially, this all starts for him today, doesn't it? We've got today 5 games of darts against international standard players, play tomorrow, hopefully come back Saturday. If he can win that on Saturday and go into Alexandra Palace with that confidence, with £5,000 in the pocket as well, don't forget, big prize check there, he's going to go into that game, and he's going to be quite dangerous. He's going to be dangerous anyway. We've looked at all his stats and his numbers. Glenn Durrant speaks very, very highly of Leonard Gates. He's expecting him to go through the card.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first game of the day is Tony Newell against Alec Small. The Bear has been in action this week, has shown some improvements, you would say, as the week's gone on.
Yeah, me and Glenn both picked up on the fact with the darts and the flights that when you're thrown with a dart like Tony Newell has, a 26-gram dart, but with such a small flight on there, that he didn't have the control of the dart. He wasn't able to put the push and the force into the dart that he's now able to do when he changed these bigger flights. We saw more signs from him yesterday, and I've actually gave him my little nap in one of the games today. That comes in game 5.
Oh, we'll look forward to that. Some of you might choose to nap when Matthew Edgar's talking about his predictions later on. But anyway, he's taking on Alec Small in the first match. Instead of hearing Edgar's thoughts on him, let's hear Alex's thoughts on himself. Alec, back here at the MODUS Super Series. Having been here before, how do you feel about your chances this week?
Yeah, good. Feeling good. Practicing well. Fingers crossed it works this time.
Have you had a look at the group, the players that played in Group A?
Yeah.
Do you think that it's competitive?
Yeah, it's very competitive. Everyone was here. It's competitive for everyone, really.
Particularly Leonard Gates, he's preparing for the World Championship. How do you feel about facing him?
Nothing really.
And your year overall, I mean, you won the Champion of Champions.
Yeah.
You must be confident coming into a week like this.
Always confident going into each game, to be fair.
First game, Tony Newell won the ADC Championship there, so you know how tough an opponent he is.
Yeah, but everyone's tough who's here, really. All you had to win.
Well, let's see if you do. Good luck.
Fingers crossed. Thank you.
He did admit that he was pretty nervous during the interview there, Alec Small, but he's not as nervous with the darts in his hand. Very, very impressive year for him, winning the Champion of Champions. Tony Newell, though, an ADC Tour champion himself, and looking to just reset his week after struggling a little bit in Group A, but did show signs of improvement yesterday, as highlighted, and after advice from our commentary team, Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar.
Oh, sorry, I've woke up there after Edgar's finished talking there. Thank you very much, Chris. It's Group C day. Fascinating 3 days. Sat in this seat watching Group A, which brings back the guy in the picture, Tony Newell, Getty and Willem Mandigers. Feeling fresh will be Alec Small. Jeffrey Bekema, which would be a new one for me, until he told me that he's played mixed pairs against me a couple of years ago. And Leonard Gates. I'm really interested to see how his game is, and just had a lovely chat with the guy. Absolute gentleman, like most of them are. Difficult one for me to call here.
To throw first.
I did commentate quite a lot on Alec Small, the champion of 2022. Very, very quick. And I asked him afterwards, where just bring a little bit of composure into the game, and I think you become 45. A better player. So really interested. But I made a conscious effort not to put too much in his head, and just let this free-flowing natural ability of his just to continue against the very experienced. And when you look at the CV of Tony Newell, it's very, very impressive. 8 years he had a tour card. Really impressed with him this morning. 45. I won't lie. I went next door and, are you feeling down type thing, Tony? And he said, we're all on 0 points now. I'm feeling good about myself and looking forward to the day.
Yeah, that title that you saw, that Champion of Champions, that is on Alec Small's CV, doesn't have a very big roll of honour, but it's got a very lucrative roll of honour. It's an event that's sort of been reinvented based on the old News of the World competition, which is best of 3 all the way
56.
through. You have to qualify through your local area. There'll be a venue that you can go to and get your qualifying ticket, and then you go down to Cardiff in Wales.
167.
You play in a very big field. There's 256 players in that event, and
78.
It's best of 3 all the way through, and there's no room for error in that. So anyone who's won that title certainly can get out the blocks quick, which is what we've seen here with Alec Small.
86.
Have you seen Alec Small play before, Matt? Before I sort of give you a little bit of an update before he gets his double 16.
Game shot on the first leg. Alec Small.
And you might see an awful lot of that this week. He hit a sort of a big patch last time where, once he started taking a couple of defeats, he wasn't really sure how to handle it. But for me, he looks a lot smoother now. I mean, he was firing
60.
3 darts at a record pace last time I watched him. He's definitely, even the way he's walking back and everything, I'd be interested if he has made a conscious effort just to use, it was the word I used, Matt, was
45.
composure. That's all he lacked. But he said it was an amazing day when he won the Champion of Champions. You couldn't quite believe it. And the prize money was pretty hefty.
91.
Memory serves me right, it was $5,000. And he said that really set him up, for a pathway of other things that he'd like to do in 2023.
I believe it's £10,000 now to the winner.
42.
So very, very good prize fund. And do you know who he reminds me of? I'm watching him and I just 96. See a bit of Devon Peterson in there. The way the
100
action comes and he has that sort of flick of the dart.
Look now, yeah, definitely. I think he brings his arm back.
99.
I think his pullback's a little bit more than Devon. I watched Devon so much because I've watched him win the European Championships, Euro Tour once.
100.
For me, it was just every other score was 180. Treble 19 here for Alec. For a lovely start. He's come out the blocks here. I said to Tony, I think Tony's priority was this first game of the day. He just, and same with Getty. They just felt if they can eradicate all the negativity of 3
85.
arguably
Alec,
he's
you
going to
require
feel right where there's
56.
2 a days, but he wanted that out of his mind, and I don't know if he knew a lot about Alec Small, but
Game
certainly
shot
does
on the
now.
second leg. Alec Small.
Great start from the young man.
I was the same. I didn't know too much about Alec Small until I was
Third
digging
leg,
through
it's
some
Tony to
data.
throw first.
And I tell
Game
you what,
on.
I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing so far. And let's say, if you do win that Champion of Champions, one thing I expect to see from you is you be able to start quite quick. Because if this was the Champion of Champions, this game would be over.
58.
First to 2.
Yeah, good point. And I don't want to take any credit because he'll say, no, Glenn, I never listened to you.
98.
But he's definitely just taken half a second off them 3 darts. And if memory serves me right, it was the last dart. It was just, I just said, just stand still, stay, do your whole process until you've let
55.
go of that 3rd dart, because he had the tendency to be walking with a 3rd dart. Let's see if he does it here.
100.
And that's the dart where he can see severe improvement, I felt, sort of overnight. But I'm liking what I said. And his interview, yes, he was nervous, but there was no worry about playing Leonard Gates, no worry about playing these guys.
134.
He has a clear belief in his ability.
Yeah, I don't worry too much when a player's a bit nervous in
87.
an interview, because actually that's the bit they're not familiar with. The bit they're familiar with is the round board with the green and red segments on it and the 7'9¼ distance.
140.
And when you strip it all back, and you often look at this in terms of things like the World Championship, which starts tonight.
140.
The debutants there, it's the
Tony
walk-ons and the
require
interviews, which is the
140.
unfamiliar bit. As soon as you get in front of that board, this is memory for me. And this could be getting Tony Newell
Game
into
shot
the
the
game
third
and certainly
leg.
into the
Tony
event. A
Newell.
15 darter there from Tony Newell, 114 the finish. And that just says to Alex, you are not going to have this your own
Fourth
way.
leg, it's Alec to
I'm
throw
the guy
first.
with the pedigree.
Game on.
And when you sit and watch someone for 3 days and you see the trials and tribulations, you want to see a Tony
100.
Newell lifted, and you want to see Luke Getty playing well, because they've been sort of through the ringer a little bit this week. So that's it's one thing about this seat here and just getting to know these guys.
85.
Whereas Alec, he's just fresh, he's young, no fear these guys. That was the only thing with that last start. Did you just see that forward momentum, Matt? Just keep an eye on that for me. And all I asked him was his first 2 darts. So that's a great shot there by the team where you can see a side on of the throw. But if you just watch Alec
83.
here, his first 2, he keeps very still. But watch this 3rd dart. He's sort of walking. See how he's walking with it? Now
57.
he has that forward momentum with it. I just asked him if he'd go away and just work on just standing still until that point of release has gone on the 3rd.
45. $134.
We've seen so many naturally fluent players this week, haven't we? Veenstra, Landman, Small. I mean, it's just been it's been a sort of quick player week, hasn't it?
Alec, you
I
require
do love
70.
watching a quick player as well, and you see there's a lot of snap in the throw. It certainly throws them with a bit of force. That's just to compensate for the lack of complete drawback in the throw.
38.
I always say, if you think of a catapult, if you don't pull it all the way back, it's just going to flop down. So the only way to do that is to flick the catapult, which means snap.
85. Alec, you require 32. No score. Tony, you require 160.
I don't think he'll be hitting the panic button, and I will apologise for repeating myself, but this is where I would like to see this composure of Alec. He's already demonstrated immense quality,
100.
immense natural
Alec, you
ability.
require 32.
It was just this area of the game I would just like to
shot on
see
the fourth
a little bit of
leg.
focus.
Alex Small.
Don't like the shake of the head there, but he has very high expectations, and that's telling me he's very, very comfortable with his game right
Fifth
now.
leg, it's Tony to throw first.
I agree with the head shake.
Game
For
on.
me, that just says that expectations are high, but are they a bit unrealistically high? He's averaging 92. He's 3-1 up on the first game of the day at
60.
9:45 in the morning. I'd be delighted with a 92 average at this point of the day.
It's this last dart.
125.
It's the only thing for me right now. But what a talented young man. He did message me a couple of times after the last one, but I knew he was coming back here, and I just didn't want to play with his head.
100.
Because there's nothing worse than throwing a dart with, someone's voice ringing in your ear. But as a mentor, as a support to him, I'm a huge fan of his, and this is the, he's come out firing here. He didn't play as well as this last time, Matt, that's for sure. But I think he has the
59.
eyes on the top two. And I don't think the rest of the players in the players' lounge right now will be too happy to see this.
80.
Just throw me a very closed chest. The shoulder comes across. That will come from the base. And I think over time we may see the throw evolve just to try and open that up a little bit, to
60.
make it a little
Alec,
bit
you
more
require
sustainable. I
156.
would not be surprised to see Alex be one of those players that we see sort of deteriorate through the day.
73.
And for Tony, the thoughts of the last 3 days will be, and there's that head shake. I think if there's one thing I've got wrong again,
90.
I did sort of
Alec,
say
you
that Tony
require
Newell will come
83.
out fighting today. He was the guy I thought out the three of them could come out the pack. Double 16 here for a quick fire win.
51. Tony, you require
You could have said you thought that
132.
the bear might have come out growling.
I think he was growling at me yesterday for treble 19. And the bullseye for the champagne finish.
94.
Decides to...
Alec, you require 32.
it's 32 for the young man. He likes that double 7, double 9 route.
Game, shots,
And it's a
and the
highly
match.
commendable
Alec
performance
Small.
from Alec Small. He was interviewed before the game, feeling very, very confident. And to get up and running, just shy of a 90 average there. That's a great opening match for Alec Small. And we'll be seeing Leonard Gates up next. Please watch this one against the guy who comes out firing on his first game, Willem Mandigers.
It was a big start by Small before the break there. Fantastic performance from the Welshman. A 4-1 victory against Tony Newell, who hasn't managed to turn things around straight away after a disappointing Group A campaign, but Alec Small starting off in style there, even though he wasn't as happy as he might have been with that performance, looking by his reactions, but an average just shy of 90, an 89 checkout as well. The only leg Newell won was that 114. So Small getting off to the almost perfect start, and now attention turns to another debutant taking on another player who played in Group A. Willem Mandigers, the Dutchman, is going to face Leonard Gates. Mandigers may be disappointed himself in Group A. He did show glimpses, usually started the days quite well. And here you can see he actually got a 4-1 win against the man who went on to win the group in Adam Warner. So certainly capable of springing an upset here and there. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe he performed below himself and we'll see the best of him for the rest of the week. But a man who will be hoping to produce his best is Leonard Gates, a man from San Antonio who won the PDC's North American Championship in New York earlier this year. That qualified him for the World Championship, which takes place next week. What preparation this could be. Let's hear from him now. Leonard, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. How are you feeling about being here?
Feels pretty good. It's a new experience for me, but all in all, I think I'm feeling pretty good. Going to play some darts today.
And that's good in terms of preparation for the World Championship, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely, definitely. You get in, you get it warmed up. Like you said, get some repetitions in before the World Championships, and we'll see how it goes from there.
What can we expect from you? Because we've seen plenty of you this year. Scoring fantastic, sometimes the counting not so great.
Yeah. You can expect me to just play my best game. You know, coming here, new venue, new experience, new venture. Definitely want to play the best that I can be, that I can play.
And looking at the group that you're in, do you know much about the other players in the group?
No, I've just watched them, you know, early on during the week, you know, caught some glimpse on Twitter and stuff like that. But hey, it's like I say, every opponent is a new opponent to me, you know.
Well, great to have you here. Good luck today.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, it will be Gert Nenches standing in Gates' way in London next week at the World Championship. It's another Dutchman in his opening match here as he takes on Willem Mandigers, who has started well in most of his campaigns in Group A. Can he carry on that, or will Gates get off to a flyer? Let's find out in the company of Matthew and Glenn.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, when I saw Group C, the first name that popped out to me was Leonard Gates. Had the pleasure of commentating at the Lakeside last year, and Chris was absolutely spot on there with his analysis, with his questions to him. I expect him to score for fun, and it's just whether or not he's been working on those finishes there. But he just had a great chat with him before. He offered his time to me and Matt, and he just said sometimes he gets in a zone where he's just totally focused on his power scoring. That he freely admits that his finishing is his weaker part. The only thing I would say is sometimes it will put him off his process, put him off his rhythm, because he's having to stop and work out what he needs. So
game on.
Will be interesting. I'm sure Gert Nenches will be watching as well, Matt, the guy who plays at the PDC this year.
Yeah, we'll be playing Gert Nenches on Monday evening.
42.
It'll be the first game on, and I think that'll be an interesting encounter where you're not really too sure which way that's going to go. But Leonard Gates, you mentioned power scoring. He nearly came straight in with that one. And I was just listening to his interview there before the match. He said something that was quite interesting. He wasn't quite sure about the players. He hasn't really seen them too much. All he's seen is from clips from Twitter and a little bit of watching this week. With that in mind, and with what you know about Willem Mandigers,
45.
do you think he's potentially got a bit of a false read on his opponent here?
I mean, Willem Mandigers is not the Willem Mandigers I was expecting to commentate on, apart from the
81.
fact that every day his first game he's been absolutely fantastic. I did joke with him this morning that, you know, I mean, for me, his opening game on Tuesday, and that was the game of the week, he
60.
was absolutely sensational. But at times, and I'll try and be constructive with my vocabulary here, he's been absolutely garbage.
100.
And, you know, for me, his best years were, you know, just prior to COVID regulations, where he said he got very lazy and didn't pick up his darts. But we also felt if someone out of the three, out of
83.
Newell, Getty and Mandigers, who could play himself into form, it could well be Mandigers. And it's also interesting he hasn't got his Dutch teammates, compatriots, because there was an awful lot of
85.
Dutch chat in the players' lounge yesterday, whereas now, you know, he's going to have to make, you know, new friends and chat with others. So it'll be interesting to see how he does. But
100.
Gates hasn't come out the blocks as quickly as we'd
97.
hoped.
First sign of that scoring issue that we spoke about there. The 25 would have been the setup shot. He went to the 19s. 25 would have left him on a finish. So in the very first leg of the day, we're starting to see what we was discussing in that finishing stakes of
Leonard
Leonard Gates. It's
require
forced him into
92.
another 3 darts.
I don't expect it to be used in the bull so much. So, I mean, there's many things he can do. This is probably a spotter's nightmare for players here. But all he's done is set it up.
Willem, you
no
require
problems.
48.
Well, let's see how Willem is feeling.
Game shot on the first leg.
So rather than just the one double, he decides to go double-double. But joking aside, that's a fairly decent start for Willem.
Second leg, it's
It's not
Leonard
the end
to
of the
throw
world yet
first.
for Leonard. But
Game on.
wasn't a break or throw, anything like that. But yeah, the bookies had him a big favourite. So we'll just keep an eye on those odds.
100.
Yeah, I said before we went on air today is the day for the punters because there is value everywhere. I think there's a lot of misprices today, and I think the bookies have got a few things wrong. This price on Mandigers was one that I highlighted as something that potentially is wrong. 5-2 on Willem Mandigers, who has the throw in this game.
60.
Now, I'm not saying he's going to definitely go on and win the match, but at that price, there is definitely value in there, and there is some very good value still to come.
180.
Our first max of the day. Remember, gamble responsible. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Well, when we talk about value and we look at what's coming up as
55.
well, we look into the next game, Luke's Getty against debutant Jeffrey Bekema, and I make that a 50-50 game, which this morning you could have got odds of 2-1 on Luke Getty, which, again, massive value. And then I'm going to give you it early. I think my nap of the day comes in game 5. I think
60.
Tony Newell,
Willem, you
who is
require
currently
153.
5-4 to beat Jeffrey Bekema, I think that could get gobbled up when we see the Bekema-Luke Getty game.
81.
We'll see if he uses the 19s here.
97.
Good
Willem, you
darts there from
require
Leonard.
72.
But it's advantage Mandigers. Players have been using the 16 route, which leaves double 12.
Game shot on the second leg.
Punches
Willem
that.
Mandigers.
And that's the Willem Mandigers that I remember, the guy who reached the quarter-final of Lakeside.
Third leg,
last
it's Willem
16
to
of the
throw
World
first.
Masters.
Game on.
And a couple of big double BDO Open titles as well. But I wouldn't be getting too
80.
excited if I was in the corner of Willem Mandigers, because his first game's been well above average all week. It's what he does after that. Has he learned anything about that, Matt?
140.
Well, the value was there in this one. We spoke about it before the off. And I think that would be the main
99.
thing I would say today. Just play with caution. There's a few massive prices in there, like Leonard Gates 1-8 to beat Luke Getty later on today. There's some huge prices, and I don't
60.
think in this format, with the players that we've got, I don't think anyone's that strong of a favourite, because there's going to be mistakes. It's just, do they get away with them? That is the big question.
45.
If you ever wonder what the responsibility is of a commentator, well, I was doing some research last night on Leonard Gates, preparing. But what did stand out
93.
is he is the Shoot for the Moon Open champion and the Choo Choo Classic champion.
100.
I always thought Kirk Bevins was the champion of the Choo Choo Classic. This is better from Gates.
85.
And nowadays, you're just the champion of the bingo.
Still got the can of Coke. This is much better.
137. Leonard, you require 123.
The treble 19. So it's treble 18. And he should stay there.
97.
And
Willem, you
there's the issue
require
where he's left a
40.
double 13. But for Mandigers, he's been missing these
Game
this
shot
week.
on the third
He's been
leg.
pretty
Willem
poor on the
Mandigers.
outer ring, and especially around that tops area. So to go 3-0, I'll be getting very excited for Willem
Fourth
normally.
leg, it's Leonard to throw first.
Well, like I said, his best
Game
game's
on.
always been at 10 a.m. in the morning. I just hope he's worked out how to do this for the rest of the day. But Gates, I don't think many of us
100.
expected him to be 3-0 down. I did ask about fatigue, Matt. I did ask any jet lag, but he said far from it. He did play in the World Masters last week, Matt. and he got through his round robin phase and was due back on the next day. But he did not feel well at all. Very chesty, very fluey. Missed his alarm.
140.
And he missed his opportunities where he would have played a South African guy in the last 1-8 where he would have been a big favourite. So he was unable to do that.
35.
So he was a little bit disappointed because he understood how prestigious it is to win the World Masters.
And all the travelling and all the effort. And it's not just what you miss out on
140.
there. It's all the work and the preparation that gets you to that point that just feels wasted. And when you look at it and people go, oh, it's just a
77.
game.
Leonard,
No,
you
it's a
require
way of life. It's a
121.
lifestyle. It's the commitment that you gave in order to get there. The sacrifices financially
28.
and with family, friends, relationships. All those sacrifices, and then you can't even get to play in the event. It must have been very disappointing.
He brushed himself down
59.
and
Leonard,
actually then went on to mark the game he would have done if he'd have lost that match. So fair play to him. He has got a bit of a sore throat still, but apart from that, he says he's going to be fighting fit, ready for Monday night. And that's the problem there. It's the momentum he's missing. It's the rhythm. And each time he's having to stop. For someone who's so fluent as him. And if you're wondering, he can ask
61.
the referee what he's scored, etc. But he just seems to be sort of doing his own calculations there. So it's not necessarily that his counting's poor. It's the fact it's ruining his rhythm.
81. Leonard, you
Yeah,
require
you can
32.
ask what you've scored, you can ask what is left, but you cannot ask how to go for
Game
it.
shot on the
That is
fourth
the bit that
leg.
Leonard needs to work out
Gates.
himself, and obviously how to apply that as well, which he's done quite well there to get his first leg on the board. And again,
Fifth leg, it's
I'll go
Willem
back
to
to the
throw
odds because
first.
that's what we were
Game
talking
on.
about before this game started. And for me, when we spoke about that and we looked at those prices, I don't like anybody on debut at
85.
the price of 2 to 7 like it was.
Like I said, he's an unbelievable player, Leonard Gates, and whether he wins this or loses it,
57.
he's still going to be very, very dangerous for the rest of the week. And sometimes you just need to acclimatise to that stage, to the proceedings. And Willem's been here for 3 days, so it's
40.
that question of fresh versus fatigue, which we've discussed a lot this week, Matt. And Alec Small, won the battle of being
48.
fresh coming into it. Whereas for now, Willem's looking good for a guy who's been playing 3 days. But we did say early doors he could play himself into form this week.
Yeah, John Part spoke about this as well
85.
last year at the World Championship, where he said those players playing in the first round had the advantage because they've already been on the stage where the seed hasn't been. Which also makes you wonder if
83.
going to be getting his picture on the wall this year as well.
I've had a good message off my dart coaching
41.
partner, Daniel Poole from Straight to Point Darts. His money is on Mandigers. Gates' throw has no bite to it.
59.
Matt Edgar shakes his head. Hope you're well, Daniel. Like I said, had some fantastic
41.
questions, interaction. If there's one thing about getting me and Matthew Edgar together, it's about a bit of social media input. So, for you guys watching, get yourselves on Twitter. Make sure you
140.
follow at MSS Darts. And even better, come and join us on Saturday night for a wonderful final. Winner getting $5,000 just at the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. And simply go to
80.
dartshop.tv
Leonard, you
and
require
tickets are
140.
free. Treble 18. And that leaves 76, so he'll
98.
be back in the treble. So he's set that
Willem,
up
you
nicely.
require 129.
But for the match, he's got 2 opportunities of trebles here. So he's still not over yet because he's got the chance of a treble 20. That would have left the bull.
79.
But he's just gone
Leonard, you
off
require
the boil a little
16.
bit, Willem. That could be a concern if this goes in. And believe it or not, it's a first miss at a double for both players.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Gets there
Leonard
in the end.
Gates.
And it's just as if you're just wondering why he's blown his fingers in there. Obviously, that's why we need a crowd here on
Sixth leg, it's
Saturday
Leonard to
night.
throw first.
Ramp up the
Game on.
atmosphere. Get it steaming, boiling hot in there. There's nothing better to be playing fantastic darts in front of a brilliant crowd. So please come and join us. dartshop.tv.
135.
We know a few people who are going to be joining us. One of them is Adam Warner, who got through Group A. And he's also going to be bringing a bit of a crowd down from Sheffield, where
123.
his home city is. I was going to say hometown. It's city, isn't it, Sheffield? And where he was at university. And I believe some of the University of Sheffield lads will be coming down
60.
to join us.
Yeah, they've been great. They've been telling me off. They've been giving me compliments. They've been giving me advice and information. They've been brilliant this week. So if you've got any information on any of the players
140.
today, send me a message. Let's have a chat about it.
Mandigers, when you said he's just starting to tail off,
140.
has just hit the turbo. 1, 2, 3, 140.
Of course he was, because I said he's tailed off. If anyone's listening to my commentary
82.
for the first time, don't go with any of my tips. And I'd do the classic commentator's curse every time I open my mouth.
100.
And there was
Willem
the dreaded
require
166 finish, though.
156.
But he's just concentrated, leaves a good finish. But once again, the 156 would have been for the match. But he's going to set it up nicely.
140.
Pressure on this
Leonard
66, and already this is massive.
Massive darts, massive moment. Do we have a massive
Game
player?
shot
We
the sick
do.
play. Leonard
And he gives that a
Gates.
little bit of fist pump as well. He's taking this all the ways. He's going to need to break the throw, but he's
Seven
certainly the
final
man
leg.
with
It's
the
Willem to
momentum
throw
at the moment.
first.
It looked like
Game on.
Willem was going to see this one out.
And there's the concern now. He's dropping low on his beloved, but that's very good. One thing
134.
about Willem, he's good at playing around the board, where we watched someone like Chris Landman this week who just peppered that treble 20 and didn't use it, but Willem would be
81.
feeling good. 15 dart is what you're always thinking. 3-3 with your darts.
41.
Chance for Gates now, just when you begin to think he was out of this leg.
60.
I wonder if his throw has anything to do with his love and his passion of being a pitcher at baseball.
59.
I do a lot of coaching with people from America, and you tend to find that those that play a lot of baseball tend to have an off stance in the fact of
60.
the back hip retracting, so it gives them that sort of twist. I don't see that with Leonard Gates, and he's got a good base, good foundation. Centre of mass, central line of gravity, all good.
96.
No problems there.
You feel he needs 2 trebles here.
51.
And once again, the 2 treble 19s, if he had it, then would have left the 166 again. It's definitely in the favour of Mandy, because that's a big dart, the second one, because the
85.
first one was a little slack. So all Gates can think of here, 2, 4, 9 and 6 darts. That's all he can be thinking about right now.
Well, Mandigers has not yet missed a dart out
100.
of double in this
Willem,
game.
you require
Which is
86.
positive signs here when you expect him really to have 6 darts at this 86.
Can remember what we said yesterday about Mandigers? Went 23 darts without a double.
46.
And he's come out
Leonard,
today
you
3 out
require
of 3.
149.
This is huge. So all you favourite backers have massive
36.
concerns right now, because
Willem, you require 40.
Mandigers 3 out of 3 on the doubles.
$20.
That is
Leonard, you
a
require
worry.
130.
I was going to ask, is he got finishing line itis? Because as soon as that finishing line has come into sight, it has started to go wrong. The finishing line is in sight now for Leonard Gates. 53 left, tops for the match.
Game,
And
shot,
that is a
and the
massive
match.
turnaround
Leonard
victory
Gates.
there for Leonard Gates. Favourite backers, you were sweating. You had to wait for that one, but you got there in the end, and Leonard Gates gets there in the end as well. He starts the day with 2 points. Glenn Durrant said at the start that potentially he could go through the card today. Well, that's one of them ticked off. 4 more to go. Coming up next, we've got Luke Getty taking on the debutant, Jeffrey Bekema.
Wow, what a dramatic start to the day here at the MODUS Super Series. The US debutant Leonard Gates, well, he was slow out of the gates, but then he produced the ultimate tungsten turnaround, 3-0 behind against Willem Mandigers, and managed to win it 4-3. Doesn't happen very often that here at the Super Series, but Gates has done it in his very first match. 113 checkout in there as well. Both players with decent finishing stats, 60% Mandigers, 57 for Leonard Gates, and good signs for him as he opens his campaign with a victory. That's after Alec Small won his first match of the day, 4-1 against Tony Newell. So the remaining two players to play, Jeffrey Bekema taking on Luke Getty, who we did see in Group A earlier this week. Only got a couple of wins across the 3 days, but he's looking at that rather philosophically, a pragmatic approach to this week. He knows it's a reset, a new start, and he's determined to be here on Saturday night as a local lad. Let's hear what he had to say. Luke, new day, new group, fresh start. Just give us your reflections on the week you've had so far.
Yeah, I got beat up quite badly for 3 days solid, but like you say, new group, new players. There's a lot of positives I have to take from the first 3 days. Yeah, bring it on.
It's a different feeling, isn't it, in a tournament? If you lose matches, you're usually out, but now you've got this second chance, so I'm sure you want to grab it with both hands.
I think that's a benefit every day. I think, like you say, Challenge Tour, Pro Tour, wherever you play, you lose, you're going home, or waiting around for 4 hours. I think being here, you have to get over that defeat really quickly. I didn't do that, but I'm determined to step it up today.
And that's someone from just down the road in Southampton. How excited are you about the prospect of getting here to Saturday for the last finals night and potentially bringing a few fans?
If there's one thing about me, I love playing in front of a crowd. So my county this year has been really good because I can play to the crowd. If I can get through to Saturday, yeah, bring it on. I'm looking forward to that.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Also, Luke Getty's first task is to defeat Dutch debutant Jeffrey Bekema, a 33-year-old who posted his 2 highest competitive averages just this month during the World Masters and the WDF World Championship qualifiers. So, can he stay at the peak of his powers for a first Super Series campaign? Let's find out. Here's Glenn and Matt.
Thank you, Chris. Absolutely delighted to hear Luke talking like that, because I hope he doesn't mind me saying, as I left the building after yesterday, looked really down. He said, you know, he's just not right. He doesn't feel great, and I was like, sat him down. I said, stop it. Stop talking like that, because you are millimetres away from playing really well. And a couple of 4-3 early doors, if they'd have gone his way, it could have been a totally and utterly different week. So whether he's listened to that, whether he's had a good night's sleep, whether his family have got behind him, it was great to hear him talking like that. And do you know what, Matt? I have high expectations for Luke today, and I certainly have in this match, because I don't know Jeffrey Bakema as well, and I've just said to him, lovely to meet you. And he said, clearly you don't remember playing mixed pairs against me in Antwerp, and you partnered Lorraine Winstanley. But that's a throw and a half, that one, Matt. How are we going to dissect that?
78.
Well, first thing, I agree. I think Luke Getty produces a little bit better than what we've seen so far. I think the odds in this game this morning, 2-1, was absolutely
44.
ridiculous, considering that he's got the throw, he's got the experience, and actually when we look at the numbers, the stats, there's not really anything that I can find to really split them, other than what Chris Murphy said in the fact of his recent form is a little bit better. But with that, I would not be looking at the 2-5 sort of odds that they've placed him at to win against the throw here. So first things, I think Luke Getty is value in this match. Next thing, when we look at the potential in this game, that throw, it's making me nauseous.
Me and Matt have a fascination off air with chatting everything, balance, pull back, follow
134.
Grip, anything. And then we saw this guy at 9 o'clock this morning, just off air practice, and then we just looked at each other and raised our eyebrows.
55. Luke, you require 128.
Across completely wide, all the way across the throw. It is.
You mentioned Tony Newell, sort of could be left eye dominant the way he comes right across his face. But this one is, yeah,
very wide.
Stretch Armstrong.
81.
One for the older guys.
Luke requires 72.
And the reason I fancied Luke is sometimes it's another 16 there. That leaves tops. And
32.
No panic just yet, but the tops and the doubles have been his problem this week. When I spoke to him last night, Matt, he said, believe it or not, Glenn, set-up play and finishing is my strength.
41.
And he said, I'm going to put that right today.
40.
Well, here's his chance. He put it right at the first time of asking. I feel that first start should be more of a help than a
20.
hindrance. He's not
Jeffrey
been able to use it, but it's okay because
141.
Jeffrey a long, long way back and, well, oh, that would have been an interesting way to start the day.
109.
Another chance here for
Luke
Luke Getty to
required
hold his
20.
throat. Keep hold of his darts and
Game shot on the
start
first
to
leg. Luke Getty.
shorten those odds from the 2 to 1 that was on offer, which, like I said, I feels quite a ridiculous price, really, when you look at the stats.
Second
this
leg,
is
it's
a
Jeffrey to
50-50
throw
match.
first. Game on.
And, you know, if you went into a hardware shop and you saw a TV in there for 50 quid, you'd snap it up because it's value.
30.
Just remember to gamble responsible. 18 plus begambleaware.org. But yeah, we did chat off air. Really
45.
fancied Luke for this game. I mean, I don't know an awful lot about Jeffrey. But yeah, just trying to work that out.
89.
He's a lovely guy. Like I said, I have met him, but I can't remember my games from yesterday.
He's also got
57.
a scallop in the middle of the dart in the equipment. Now, what a scallop is for most people is a reference point, so he might stick his finger or his thumb within that, but it looks like quite a
140.
front-weighted dart. And the other thing that you get with a scallop is it does change the way it flies through the air. And it still
45.
feels a little bit like we're on a boat in the middle of a stormy sea at the moment.
I mean, the bookies fancied him big for this game.
15.
And it does go back to your Edgar top tip for game 5, which makes that very interesting because the averages are nothing to write home about right here. This
57.
is just purely a match play battle. But what you've got to think, this is Jeffrey's debut. You know, it's and Luke's come off a few batterings this week.
81.
So you know, it was never ever going to be a sparkling game. So, but the 2 points are exactly the same whether you average 120 or whether you're averaging your 80s. You know, it's
Jeffrey
exactly the same.
146.
And right now, it's just about getting to that winning line, Matt, by hook or by crook.
Do that
86.
on purpose by hook because the throw does feel like a hook, doesn't it? But yeah, they don't give you points for
125.
averages
Jeffrey
and
requires
they
60.
only pay you for points. First chance we've got to see
20.
Jeffrey at a double.
Luke require 127.
Luke Getty says this is his strong point. Not today. Not this week.
Treble 10.
80. Jeffrey require 40.
That leaves a 2-dart combination for Luke. So, Jeffrey, how are you feeling? This is what? A double that Luke had in the first game.
30. Luke require
Doesn't get
47.
much closer than that. And Luke, who hasn't had an awful lot of luck this week. Is this the moment for him? I do like this, what I'm seeing about him. He's self-motivating himself. This double 16 is a big dart.
15.
You just think that
Jeffrey
2-0,
required 10.
1-1 in a best of 5, in a best of 7. Huge.
Game shot on the second leg. Jeffrey Bekema.
I think they're just confirming what I said on the
Third leg,
very
it's Luke
first
to
thing
throw
before a dart
first.
was thrown.
Game on.
This is a 50-50 game. They will both get opportunities. They will both get chances. It's just who takes them. For that reason, I think both players should be 5 to 6 apiece.
Luke was saying on that third dart there, 85. His focus is 100 times better than the past couple of days.
40.
I think he genuinely believes he can win this game. It's just about the execution right now.
60.
And they're 3 well-thrown darts, and that's frustrating sometimes. You know, when had he been top of the league, you know, that's a 140. They just dip in.
Or, had he been top of the league,
125.
you just wouldn't notice things like that. When you miss close, like that, it's just, I'm throwing okay, it's fine. But then when you're not getting the results, those really tight 60s where you put them all on the wire, it's like, why couldn't that have gone in? And you feel hard treated, you feel hard done by, but he's certainly recovered well here. And this game is starting to come into its stride. Looking for his first 180 of the day, and he's firing up. That was Michael van Gerwen-esque. On both aspects, the dart and the raw. And that should give him some time.
43. Luke, you require 51.
He's 1 from 7.
I'm not going to beat him up over to celebrate like that. It's been a tough week for him.
Game shot on the third leg.
I'm pleased for him.
Getty.
So for me, he talked about he likes a crowd. He likes the county environment where he's got his friends and his peers and
Fourth leg, it's
his
Jeffrey
family around him, and he likes to give it a bit of that. And he needs something. He's probably played this week, you know, without any adrenaline running through his body. So good on you, Luke. You shout away.
100.
Absolutely in full agreement of that. I do not believe that for any reason, and certainly not for the benefit of your opponent, should you not show what you're feeling. If you want to feel, if you're feeling something, and you're stopping yourself from doing that, you're just repressing that emotion. And I mean, on the very rare occasions I've won sets or legs
60.
at the World Championships, I think I nearly dived off the stage one year, and there weren't even any crowd in that one.
I remember you nearly jumping off here when you hit the big 20.
43.
Well, that 2-1 we spoke about has
58.
gone. He is now odds-on favourite for this match. The odds will be something we'll talk about a little bit today, because
134.
I think today's the value. I've never seen a day like this, which is so good for the punters in terms of the amount of value and opportunity that's out there today.
41.
But what we need is interaction from you. People watching, people listening. Your commentary team in here. Full
60.
of experience of 3 Lakesides, 2 World Masters, 3 Final Masters, Pro Tour wins, and Premier League titles between us in here.
100. Luke, you require 124.
And that's that setup play, Matt. I'm beginning to really like what I'm seeing with
38.
Luke. But these
Jeffrey
are the type of
require
moments you've got to grab, and from 124 to leave 86. Another one of them. So treble 14 or treble 18, that's a lovely setup.
Luke,
so Luke was a huge,
86.
huge favourite on 124. Now this 86 is a must hit, but what a dart that is. Liking him, liking everything he's doing now. And this is like watching Adam Warner now, the way he's just setting himself up. His eyes haven't took off that double 8 double for a 3-1 lead.
78.
That's just the type
Jeffrey required
millimetre
32.
away, which sums his weight. He's been the better player, and it could be 2-2.
Yeah, he gave that the full Kevin Painter, didn't he? He just recomposed himself. He's growling at the board.
No
he's
score.
hoping his
Luke, you
dreams have been
require
answered.
8.
Was that his Christmas wish?
Game shot on the fourth
He's
leg.
3-1 up,
Luke
and there's
Getty.
that roar again. We've seen a bit of aggression in his interview. Aggression was something he said he likes when there's a bit of a crowd in there. It'd be
Fifth leg,
interesting
it's
to
Luke
see
to
what he
throw
does
first. Game on.
if he does get through to Saturday and pulls a bit of a crowd in. Being a bit of a local lad, he might half fill the room.
Graham Usher finished bottom of Group A a few weeks back and came out, and not only did he get through Group
125.
C, but he also won the finals on Saturday night. Are we going to say that with Luke Getty? Because this fight and this desire, this
26.
tenacity he's got today, talking to himself, he's self-motivating himself, he's geeing himself up. And if he can just get that balance right between
95.
that and a little bit of composure when required, he might just find the ingredients he needs to get the pieces in the jigsaw.
60.
I have got my Twitter open in front of me, at TheEdgar501. My nap of the day is Game 5. Tony Newell, 5-4 to win that one. Let me know what
42.
you're thinking as well. What's your best pick of the day? Like I say, today is the value day, so let me know you're playing along at home where you're going with that.
123.
Luke Getty. has a very big cushion here despite the 1-2-3.
180.
Fantastic darts from Getty. Second of the day. I haven't seen him this animated all week.
123.
We haven't really seen him at the winning post much this week, but this 59.
Game,
And
shot,
that's a wrap.
and the match.
An aggressive
Getty.
punches the air win there for Luke Getty. He's really happy with himself, and I said to him yesterday, it's all about that first game for you. He looks a really relieved man. But it's Luke Getty with his first 2 points. And next up we see the return of Alec Small, who was fantastic in his first game against Willem Mandigers.
Well, it was get in, wasn't it, for Getty in that first match for him in Group C. He was animated, aggressive and ecstatic at the end of it, having won 4-1 against the Dutch debutant Jeffrey Bekema, who didn't really produce those kind of levels that I mentioned that he did in the World Masters and the World Championship qualifier. But Getty off the mark and very, very happy about it. A 4-1 success for him, just his third win of the week. But looking to reset and have a good go at getting to finals night here. A local player hoping to play in front of a friendly crowd on Saturday. Don't forget, you could be here as well. Tickets available for free via dartshop.tv if you can get to Portsmouth on Saturday night. Right, we've seen everybody now. So into the second round of fixtures in this two-day group. And it is now going to be a meeting between Alec Small and Willem Mandigers. And it all went very well for Alec Small in his opening match, also winning by 4 legs to 1. Rescuing that shot, and it was all going very well for Willem Mandigers. This 72 checkout saw him go 2-0 up. He ended up being 3-0 up, but Leonard Gates hit back and actually won that match 4-3. So Mandigers looking to get off the mark. Alec Small looking for a perfect start here. Now, he did miss out on finals night in Series 1 in a very, very close Group C. Lost out by just 2 points on that occasion. So looking to take a small step towards it this time. Let's see if he can, along with Matt Edgar and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yes, we've seen all 6 players now. And the guy in your picture for me was the standout performer in match 1, Alec Small. And just looking at the pictures there, he's now won his last 5 games in the MODUS Super Series. So you've got to make him a big favourite against Willem, who'll be extremely disappointed to lose from 3-0 down against Leonard Gates. He doesn't often give much emotion. He's always very magnanimous in defeat, is Willem. But you could see the obvious disappointment as he shook the hands of Leonard Gates.
Alex to throw first.
Can he bounce back from that? Or will Alec Small continue this great run he's on?
Yeah, I think any time you've got a 3-0 lead in a race to 4 and you throw that away, you're going to be disappointed. And I've got to feel there's going to be a bit of lag. But something Chris Murphy said there, which is spot on, is we've seen all the players now that are going to be taking part in Group C, as we now get to see them in their next round of fixtures. Did anyone stand out for you in that opening round?
I think the guy who's just at the 180 there, Alec Small, was the best player. I do fully expect still Leonard Gates to continue now. I think he's got away with murder with that 4-3 win in the first game. But there's just something about Luke Getty for me. He looks a little bit different. And
41.
I did maybe think this morning Tony Newell will be the one that was standing out. I don't have a lot of hopes or expectations for the guy in your picture now, Willem. I think that was a real kick in the stomach, that loss there. And yeah, he doesn't... it would be a roles reverse if he can sort of start picking up games as the day goes on.
92.
For Alec, I would just like him to just take his time on his last dart. And when I say take your time, I don't mean become Glenn Durrant. I mean
98.
Just show a bit more composure, because he looks a real prospect.
Yeah, that last game was the first chance I got to watch Alec play, and mightily impressed. I do agree. Stood out in that opening fixture. He's now got a 180 on the board as well. He's got a 4-1 victory in his opening game.
Alec requires 16.
Very, very loosely thrown dart there from Willem.
No score.
Speaking of loose, it is a bust shot, but he's okay. He's got a 170-point buffer, and Willem can't go out. So Alec will come back.
41.
And I do think Alec is going to be one of the 2 players to get through this group myself.
He just needs to calm it a little bit.
Willem, you require 145.
It's like an excited kid on Christmas morning. And I'm asking him 88 left. That's treble 16. And he'll probably stay there. That leaves a double 12.
121. Alec, you require 8.
And I'll try not to harp on.
Game shot on the first lay. Alec Small.
Do you know what Alec reminds me of?
Devon Peterson.
Devon Peterson, yep. But also a young
second
Michael
leg, it's
Smith.
Willem to throw first.
And when I say that, what I mean is Michael Smith, when he was young and coming through the ranks, was a very talented player. He played with a lot of rhythm, a lot of pace, just like Alec did. But he had a very, very high expectation of himself, where he expected to be 12 to 15 darts every single leg.
140.
And if he wasn't, we got that sort of head shaking and that negativity like we see from Alec whenever he's not hitting those big shots. And I think the thing is, Alec, for me, he's a guy that's trying to win every single moment. And if you remember, we spoke yesterday actually about football coaching.
60.
And I said one of the things that I used to always coach my players was for those 30 seconds, because for the 90 minutes, you'll cancel each other out for 89.5. And that's the same with the game of darts.
58.
A lot of the time, you'll be cancelling each other out for the leg, and it all comes down to those key moments. You don't have to win every single moment. You don't have to outscore your opponent every single shot. And I feel that's what Alec is trying to do.
I've been trying to think of what my role's going to be in
59
in my life. Sort of now I've lost my tour card now, and I'd love to sort of mentor players like this guy.
96.
I liked him last time. I'm really loving him this morning. He's got that real bite about him, that confidence, that no fear.
125.
Consistent Mandigers continues. So 108, he'll stay there for double 16.
76. Willem, you require 102.
Am I too boring, Matt, or do you think just a bit of composure on the So that leaves 6 or so it's double 18, is it? Double 16?
86. Alec, you require 32.
Apologies there. It's double 16 now for Alec.
Game shot on the second leg.
And once
Alec
again, in
Small.
quick fire time. It's a rapid game. It's 2-0 to Alec Small and Willem Mandigers. You just think it's been a
Third leg, it's
long
Alex
week.
to throw
And
first.
you can see the
Game
toil on his face there, and I still think he'll be thinking of that Leonard Gates game.
But yeah, to answer your question, yes,
97.
yes, you are too boring. Yes.
I would just love to see that. Love to see him stop. And even if it, and hopefully he's been doing this in his practice and he tells me, yeah, I tried it, Glenn, but
40.
it was even worse. But I would just love to see a bit of, I'm fine there, I'm fine there. It's just this last one.
96.
I'd just like to see you, just especially on his doubles as well. He's sort of sprinting to the board.
57. $126.
Cracking darts. When you were playing TV tournaments to the PDC, did you ever scrutinise your first dart average, second dart average,
41.
third dart average? Were you ever... Because my first dart average was humongous at times, and my last dart was my weakest.
78.
Yeah, I never actually looked at it actually too much. I remember someone saying that my third dart average at one point was massive compared to my others, when I was a bit of a walker as well on the
100.
last
Alec,
dart.
you
But yeah,
require
it
104.
always came up as my highest scoring dart.
44.
Just looking at Wayne Mardle's tweet there, he's getting himself ready for tonight, and he always promotes the 104 finish on the 16s.
43.
Massive day in darts,
Alec,
of
you
course.
require 60.
Start of our World Championships. Double 10. Good marker.
50.
Willem's a long, long way back. No need to press the panic button right now. And I'm going to be on Edgar TV tonight. That's where my life's gone. At 6 o'clock.
26.
So please
Alec,
tune
you
in to his
require 10.
dedicated YouTube channel. As Alec Small goes for a 3-0 lead.
No score.
I've done there at 6 o'clock, and I've got all my predictions there. So make sure you're back against them. He really should go on the 18s bed here.
10.
He's all over the place
Alec
right now, and
required
Alex
10.
should capitalise on this.
Game shot on the third leg. Alex
It's going to be a long day for Willem, isn't it?
Yes, he's not performing, is he? And
Fourth
for
leg,
me,
it's
the
Willem to
dart
throw first.
that
Game
really tells you about how he's feeling was that dart that sort of hit the board sideways and didn't even look like penetrating and giving him a score. For me,
96.
that should never be happening. It shows a very bad release, snatch.
96.
It's just not happening for Willem. And yeah, I do fear that it's going to be a very long day for him. And on the opposite, despite the fact we're not seeing the best from Alec here,
57.
3 from 17 on the outer ring, that's 14 darts that he's missed at a double in this match. I do feel that he's
95.
the player to watch at the moment. And we do have Leonard Gates, which was your prediction, coming up in a game's time when he takes on Luke
83.
Getty. And I think that's where we could start seeing these top two start to become the top two in terms of the table as well as
100.
of expectations.
I tell you, if I'd have been Gert Nenches, I'd have watched Leonard Gates' first game and then turned the TV off. And just, you know, because I used to study the players and look at their
59.
form when the draws for the World Championships was out. And I think the best advice anyone give me is just, and I think you used the quote yesterday,
140.
what opponent? Just focus on yourself. But a lovely setup there from Small.
That was a good thing we got from Leonard Gates' interview as well, wasn't it? It was about
121.
him.
Alec, you require 70.
For an exquisite 4-0 win.
Game shot.
And Alec
the
Small
match.
continues
Alec
to
Small.
impress. It's the first time Matt Edgar's seen him up close and personal. And he nods his head with delight. It's Alec Small whose charge continues. A big 4-0 victory against Willem Mandigers. And next up, Jeffrey Bekema and Tony Newell. Edgar's top tip.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yeah, the Super Series darts 6 days a week and twice on Thursdays and Fridays. You can watch it all for free as well at Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And if you can get to the Portsmouth area on a Saturday, you can attend for free. Tickets available via dartshop.tv. And it's a free roll so far for Alec Small, dropping just one leg in his first 2 matches after a 4-0 whitewash win over Willem Mandigers, who's only won one leg in his... he won 3 legs in his first match, didn't he? Losing 4-3 in the end to Leonard Gates, but Small off to a flying start. And now we're looking at a couple of players who didn't win the first game but are looking to get their league campaign underway. Off to a kickstart here. It is Tony Newell taking on Jeffrey Bekema. Newell, well, he was beaten by Small, as I mentioned there, 4-1, but he did get this nice 114 checkout during that match, and we did see some signs from Tony Newell in Group A as the week progressed. Bekema, interesting throw. I'm sure that Matt Edgar and Glenn Durham will analyse that even more in the commentary box. It is unorthodox to say the least, but will it be effective? Now, one of these players is going to pick up their first points of the day. For the other one, it's already going to look like a long way back. Remember, a 2-day Group C in comparison to the 3-day group that we saw earlier this week. So back to the boys to analyse.
Thank you, Chris. It's Edgar's top tip time. He picked this game out before we'd seen anyone throw a dart today, and he had Tony Newell at 5-4 for this game. But please remember to gamble responsible. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. I'm quite a fairly inexperienced coach. I've had a wonderful year teaching people coming through my home in Middlesbrough and a few online. But if you're asking me to analyse the way Jeffrey Bekema throws, I think
First leg, it's Jeffrey
I'll pass
to
that
throw
one up to the more
first.
experienced
Game
coach,
on.
Matt Edgar. It's pretty much something. I thought, even with Tony Newell here, who comes from left to right, I put that down to the eye dominance. This one is
43.
I coached for 11 years, including professional football club academies, and I have
125.
no words for this action. It's absolutely out there. It must be working for him in places. The equipment, I don't
41.
like either. It just feels a little bit all disjointed to me, and that's why I say Tony Newell is the big nap for me in this game. We've already had one little nibble land. That was the Luke Getty,
55.
2-1. And if you do want to get some more Edgar's tips, I will guide you in the direction of value. I will be on Sporty Stuff TV on the Greyhound show this
41.
evening around 8:25. If you want to come and get my tips and predictions for the evening, they are going very well. I'm on 100% strike rate so far this week. And that
58.
continues from previous weeks where, again, my strike rate has been extremely high.
This is Matt Edgar, news at 10.
60.
followmyself.com. If
95.
you haven't been sort of watching or listening this week, Tony Newell, a former Pro Tour card hole player in the PDC for 8 years, got through Q School 3 times,
58.
narrowly missing out on the 4th time by leg difference. Didn't play an awful lot of darts in 2022. Just bought a home, been working hard, and got a young family, and that took the focus. So decided to go to a couple of
40.
ADC tournaments, and that led him to be 13th seed for the grand final night with a grand prize of $2,000, of which he won. So he was
60.
actually coming here this
Tony
week full of
required
confidence.
128.
slight change in his flights halfway through the day on Tuesday. And definitely has been looking better. It had immediate effect. And he's going to set this up
88.
nicely. We're already 18 darts thrown, Matt, and Jeffrey's not on a finish. He should be looking at the 18s after that
100.
one.
Tony require 40.
But to settle the nerves.
$20. Jeffrey require 98.
So a chance he probably didn't expect, a chance I certainly didn't expect when he's played the way he has. He might go a dart at the double if he get the treble. He can't. So Tony Newell, 3 more darts in
58.
hand
Tony
to
require
break
20.
the throw. He likes tops, so by liking that, you must like the breakdown of it as well on the 10s.
That makes it doubly difficult, Matt.
No score. Jeffrey require 40.
After 24 darts, he gets a dart at a
Game
double,
shot
and that's
on
all
the
he needs,
first
the
leg.
one.
Jeffrey Bekema.
And the leg is on the board. You scrub the board, you start again. In the old days of the chalkboard,
Second leg,
just
it's Tony to
disappears,
throw
and
first.
it's all about the next one.
Game on.
But Twitter is something we've been keeping our eye on this week. Please do get in contact with us. I am at theedgar501, or you can get Glenn Durran at BoringDozer26. And
85.
I've had a message here from Lee Cadogan. I'm sorry if I've murdered your name. He's asking us about a player from Wales who's constantly in 30 averages and see if it's been noticed
81.
to get him into the MODUS Super Series. The best place to get noticed is the ADC Tour. Get yourself out on the ADC Tour. That's what Tony Newell
140.
has done. That's why we're seeing Tony Newell here this week. And if you get out on the ADC Tour, like Tony Newell, like Adam Warner, who won Group A, get yourself up in that ranking
45.
system, and you will be invited into the MODUS Super Series. And there are other routes as well. If you're over 50, there's a new partnership put in place so
60.
those senior players can come in. So, Glenn, you've got an opportunity to get in there yourself.
Where do you try and analyse my throw?
41.
Fourth seed I am for the World Seniors. 66 to 1 to win it. Buying money.
100.
Once I get a month on the dartboard, I'll be fine.
I'm just thinking there's someone out there who's probably got the account BoringDozer26 who's getting asked loads of questions like, what's going on?
42. Tony, you require 116.
Well, he messed around with the doubles last time, so you'll stay there till he tops.
96.
But his war, that's 7 darts at the double for Tony Newell in this game. And he's yet to hit one. Jeffrey's a long, long way back.
100. Tony, you require 20. Game shot on the second leg.
At last,
Tony
he thinks.
Newell.
It's 1 from 8. He is the better player in this game. But at the moment, it's parity. It's level at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Jeffrey to throw first. Game on.
I do feel for Tony Newell, this is an absolute must-win for him. We had a conversation yesterday.
60.
We felt he could be the guy who could be refreshed, coming back on 0 points for everyone, and he's the guy that could kick on. I think I felt more for Luke Getty
30.
for that. But for Tony, you just feel this is a must win. I already feel with Willem Mandigers, his head's down. It's going to be a long day for him.
63.
I think Jeffrey's struggling with the transition from the WDF circuit. He's done quite a few Euro Tour qualifiers without success.
140.
He played in the World Masters last week, did Jeffrey, and he lost in the last 128. Sorry for my pronunciation, but I think it's K. Smeet.
60.
Is the way he said it, but I'm sure I've said that wrong there. But so Jeffrey's sort of playing the circuit a little bit more than what Tony is right now.
100.
Well, like I said, for pedigree, the resume, the CV, it's all in favour of Tony Newell, and that's for me. That's why I was a big favourite going into this game.
96.
Well, the bookies saw it different. The bookies had Jeffrey as a favourite. Hence the reason for the top tip from Matt Edgar
95.
for the favourite Tony Newell.
Yeah, I think when we look at that performance in the World Masters, I think the one that really stands out for me is the 4-3 defeat
Tony, you require
to James Hurrell.
136.
Because yes, he's got other wins in there, but the defeat to James Hurrell, actually to go that close with someone with that sort of pedigree, I think is probably a
96.
standout result.
I'm sure he's a lot better than what he's producing right now. It's not easy. It's a tough stage up there.
180.
Just as I say that, he bangs in a max.
Game shot on the third
Tony
leg.
Newell.
Tony Newell.
That's the Tony Newell I know. That's the Tony Newell who won the ADC Championships last year. And a much better return
Fourth
from
leg, it's
him.
Tony to throw first. Game on.
Let's just hope this game begins to warm up right now.
59.
He did also play in the World Open, which was played around the same time as the Masters over in Holland.
140.
He got a couple of wins there as well, a 4-0, a 4-1 before losing to Gian van Veen, who reached the semi-final here a couple of weeks ago for the overall
101.
week. But you do feel at the moment that this game is now starting to kick into action, and you've got to say Tony Newell,
44.
now with that breaker throw, has become big favourite.
There's definitely a bit more snap in
100.
Tony's throw right now. I think there's a lot of frustration in that whole darting process from beginning to end now, and I think he's just determined and born on a little bit fed up with the way he's played this week. But
140.
we're just beginning to see signs of how Jeffrey can play. Already 2 140s in this leg.
99.
He leaves a combination. Whereas for Jeffrey can set this up nicely.
He did have a go at trying to get to the
81.
leg side himself
Tony
through the
Require,
qualifier, won a couple of games there,
142.
4-0, 4-1. Before going out 4-2 in the last 64.
102. Jeffrey
He's been very
Require,
active
96.
over the past week or so.
81 left.
42.
I'm so sure on 72 that
Require,
treble 18 is
40.
the route to go, but double 15, that's tricky.
25. Jeffrey Require, 54.
That's where he just needs to be a little bit better, Tony. He's got total control of this game. And it
Game
could be
shot on the
2-2, and
fourth
it is
leg.
2-2.
Jeffrey Bekema.
Tony Newell could be 4-0 up and walking off the stage right now. But because of missed doubles, frustration, you
Fifth
can
leg,
see
it's
it from
Jeffrey
him
to
there in
throw
his whole
first.
body
Game
language. How am I not winning this game? But for Jeffrey, he just keeps going because he showed some signs there. But he is back to that one bed.
11.
That's a stinker.
You mentioned there that that has to be better. And Tony Newell, with the experience and the pedigree he's got,
60.
will be very well aware that that has to be better. And that's where that frustration is coming from, because he's feeling what we're saying. It needs to be better.
30.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the psychological part of the game, and once them negatives get into your mind, them 3 days you just come off. And
58.
that's why I just felt that opening game he had with Alec Small, if he could just come out the traps. He's the guy with the talent to kick them, but you can just see the negative because he's much the better player here. But if you give
121.
Jeffrey a chance at a double, he's 2 out of 2 on the double bed, is Jeffrey, whereas Tony Newell's 2 from
40.
12. That's the telling factor right now.
$101.
He's throwing definitely with more purpose, isn't he?
100.
That's the only positive I can see from Tony right now, but you can just feel the anger and frustration in every dart he's thrown. And if he loses this game,
57.
I fear a long couple of days.
Yeah, in this Group C, really, you've got to be looking at about 7 wins. So with that in mind, you're going to be playing 10 games. You've got 3 lives. He's used one of them
85.
in defeat to Alec Small. He's still got Leonard Gates to play, who is quite fancied to go through the card. You only get around about odds of 2 to 1 for
87.
that to happen
Tony Require,
this morning.
158.
So, a couple of worrying signs for Mr. Newell.
40. Jeffrey required 94.
Well, he doesn't need many darts at a double. He's hit every one that he's got so far.
That trend continue. No, it
86.
doesn't.
Tony required
If
180.
Tony Newell needs a spark, this 118 is it. He will stay there. It's just not happening for Tony Newell right
60.
now.
Jeffrey required 8.
Double two's been our favourite double this week, Matt, hasn't it?
Especially for the Dutchies.
Tony
Once
required
again,
58.
we're entering into the realms of 24 darts being thrown. For Tony, his favourite tops.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And for me, the
Tony
rightful
Newell.
player is leading 3-2. I just get the feeling, just give me the 2 points, let me go and reset again.
6th leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
We haven't used the word breathing an awful lot. I just think he's sucking in the air and he just needs to find his reset. You can see him doing that now. He's just thinking, why? This is not good enough. I've been playing better than this. I'm frustrated. But that reset
63.
nearly worked there because that looked like 2 trebles to follow there. So he did the right thing. In moments like this, you've just got to remember how you're playing, the practice that you've put in. Because I can promise you, I can assure you
41.
that I've been there, that it's a pretty lonely place when you're playing as bad as you are.
Yeah, we've spoke about this. haven't we? You've used the
140.
word embarrassment. You feel embarrassed when it's like this because you know what you're capable of. You're not showing it. You want to show it. And the more you try to show it,
54.
the more it seems to go further away from where you want to be.
Yeah, embarrassed was a word, but I used to always think of you when I was down, thinking, you know, if I'm embarrassed, imagine what Matt Edgar's thinking.
125.
He's kicked on here, hasn't he? He's opened up a big lead. That's because
41.
the 140-125. And this now looks like he's going to have plenty of time on his hands to get this wrapped up. Even that's his second dart on the floor.
39.
And look at the score difference.
Yeah, just get me out of here, he's thinking, but the 2 points. But is it Leonard Gates next for him, or?
44.
Tony Newell's
Tony
next game
required
is Leonard
134.
Gates.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Newell
2
will be
ways you
going
can look at that,
first.
I guess, Matt. I mean, it's possibly on a more of a free roll there.
55.
I think if he's thinking free roll in that game, I think he's thinking negative because I think he's then starting to think that he's not in the group. I'd be wanting to be
100. Tony
aggressive in all
requires
my
79.
matches today, especially while I've still got a chance of winning the group, and he's got a chance of winning this game in these 3 darts tops.
Game,
And he
shot,
wraps it
and
up.
the match.
Tony Newell
Tony
gets his first
Newell.
points on the board and condemns Jeffrey Bekema to a second defeat. He could be in for a long day as well. But the big thing there, Tony Newell wins, and that is Edgar's nap of the day landed. He is still 100% on the predictions. Coming up next, we've got Leonard Gates against Luke Getty.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and it is that part of the day where Matthew Edgar joins me to tell me that he got everything right so far. 2 top tips so far, and you got them.
Not just today, this has been happening. I'm 100% for the week so far, and like I said, I am on live at 8:25, so I'll be giving some more tips out then.
Yeah, there's a reason why they call it a nap, isn't there? Matthew Edgar, boring us to death with his predictions, but fair play to him. He is getting them right, and it's really annoying me and Glenn Durrant, I can assure you of that. But let's focus on the darts, because it was a decent enough display by Tony Newell. Worrying, though, for Bekema already.
He's been nowhere near, has he? Let's be honest. And to be honest, I don't see signs where I can see where this is going to start coming from. I'm not a fan of the equipment. I'm not a fan of the throw. I don't know how it's going to start coming together. Something must be working for him, because he's getting success and he's getting wins, but I just don't know where it's going to come from. I'm not seeing much today. Yeah,
that was a 4-2 win for Newell over Jeffrey Bekema. But now we're going to turn our attention to a couple of players who have been getting wins so far. Leonard Gates and Luke Getty. Alec Small has already won 2 matches. Leonard Gates looked like he was in trouble against his first opponent. 3-0 down, as you can see, but look at this, what a comeback.
Oh, he was in massive trouble, wasn't he? But what a good quality. This is what he's here for. He's not here just to come here and try and blow everybody away. Granted, that's probably what he'd like to happen. But when you're looking for a bit of preparation, what better preparation than turning something around the way he did, and then having to watch match darts go in and then wrapping it up with this 113 finish shows class, composure and resilience. That is what he wants to tune up, and he's got that all in one game.
Yeah, and speaking of resilience, Luke Getty, he's come here with a completely different attitude, reset, refocus, and he was showing a bit of aggression, wasn't he? He's kind of fired himself up today.
I like it. Yeah, a really big fan of that. He mentioned in his interview, didn't he, that he likes the county because he likes the stage and he likes having the crowd there with that. You haven't got that here. You haven't got that extrinsic motivation of the crowd. So get it intrinsically. How are we going to do that? Let's give it a roar. Play to the cameras. There's people behind those cameras. Just because you can't see the faces, they are there, they are watching. Give them a show. And that's what Luke Getty's doing.
Is it time for another Edgar's top tip?
Not at the moment. I'll let you know when one comes up. I've got my eye on the odds, so as soon as something comes up, I'll let you all know.
If you are following, then you should be doing pretty well, having a decent Christmas, but always gamble responsibly. Right, let's get the action underway in Game 6. Will it be glory for Gates or Getty? Let's go to Glenn.
Me and Chris Murphy finally agree on something. Matthew Edgar is a boring character. We're shouting for Jeffrey in that game just to stop him winning these naps. Really like the guy who's throwing darts here. He's the big turnaround for me so far. Probably the last person who wants to play right now is Leonard Gates, but Luke, who looked pretty forlorn, pretty devastated yesterday when I saw him at the end of the competition. And if I helped him in one way, I was just sat him down and said, look, Graham Usher,
first leg,
bottom
it's
of the
Leonard
league,
to throw first.
Not only did he come back
on.
and fight and get through to Saturday night, he won Saturday night. It can be done. Put a bit of aggression into it, and he certainly did that. And he told me his strengths were the kind of problems he was having on
100.
the outer ring and the setups. But what me and Matt really liked there was his tenacity, his aggression. And obviously there's no crowd in here right now, but he was treating it like a county stage.
45.
But in darts, there's levels. You know, Luke had a great win. You know, it was impressive stuff. But the difference between Jeffrey Bekema and Leonard Gates is huge. And like I said, maybe the time is not great to be playing Leonard, but you also think he could be on a bit of a free roll now. He can go out and sort of enjoy this game, because I'm sure Leonard will be a massive favourite for this match.
99.
Did Leonard play with that setup in the opening game?
I'll have a look at that, but he has left the classic 1-6-2. He wants 2-6-1. It's 80. His last dart's either a 20 or a 17, but he hits the 19. And on the Ali Pali stage, I mean, the MODUS Super Series, you might get away with it. 54 left. He's gone the right way, but I just don't think he knows to stay on the 18s, and he's going to use the 14s now. But that's what you're going to get with Leonard Gates. And like when I talk about levels, he might get away with it this week in this group. But when he goes to Ali Pali,
180.
if he hit with scores like that,
40.
But it's tops for Gates after 12.
Game shot on the first leg.
He is
Leonard
the class
Gates.
act of this group. No doubt about it. The bookies will tell you that. I'm telling you that.
Second leg, it's Luke to throw
Alec Small will
first.
give him a run.
Game on.
But like I said, if he's just looking to improve that next thing, if he wants to do some damage at Ali Pali, I just think that counting can catch up on
57.
you. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to be constructive. And we had a chat with him this morning because I was quite critical of him last time I commentated on him. But he said he listened and he didn't take it
59.
personally. But he hasn't really gone away. And, you know, he's already very early on in this, he's making fundamental errors on the setting up.
There's definitely a change of flight.
95.
That's one that we can see when we look back at the dart, but I'm looking at this section here.
60.
Possibly a newer dart. Maybe he didn't feel like he had the grip and maybe just wanted a grippier dart and got a fresh pack out.
Do you think that's because it's not the warmest of venues in there early on the morning?
100.
Do you think you just want that added grip, and that's why he's done that? We'll try and find out, but well spotted, Matt.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a bit of
100.
feel. We have mentioned it earlier in the week, didn't we? Sometimes that players getting a little bit cold in there, and the first thing the body's going to do is retract the blood from the fingers and the toes, and with that, you're just going to lose a bit of feel. You're going to lose the speed of the opening of the hand, and with that, you're just going to drag darts a little bit low, or if a person has a dart like Leonard Gates where it stands up, you might have just noticed them going in a little bit flatter.
It's Luke Getty who's left a bogey this time. When I talked about his setup play being poor,
152.
this morning. That's a lovely setup to leave double eight. Well, this is a finish, but not anymore.
Well, we said Getty's improved today.
Luke requires 16.
If he can get this out, he's going to be around about the 100 average mark.
Game shot on
Good
the second
darts
leg.
from Luke Getty. When you've been having the couple of days that he has had, to bounce back in this way.
Third leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
Resilience and class.
$100.
And once again, I think Leonard's darts are going in with more purpose as well. And maybe that is the extra grip on his fingers. You can feel that dart in his hand a little bit better.
Well, you mentioned in the first game that he felt it was a little bit floaty.
100.
And like I said, he's had a long journey over. He's had a bit of an illness once he's landed in Holland, and so he wasn't feeling 100% today. But right now, Getty showing that aggression that the two commentators were really enjoying.
180.
And tell who else is enjoying it. Abby's messaged me on Twitter. And she's, yes, Getty.
140. Leonard, you require 121.
Keep the messages coming, guys. Especially if you're watching in America. Or if you're watching in Hampshire. Hampshire, UK, there is.
97. Luke, you require 136.
Or wherever you're watching, and wherever you're watching from, you are watching a treat of a game here. Two players playing at their best, both over the 100
Leonard,
average.
you require 24.
24 for Gates, double 12.
As bad as his counting is, when he gets to a double, he's normally prolific. I fully expected that to go in there. And the guy who's had no luck this week, Luke.
38.
I was going to say you're going to have one dart at tops
12.
there, but that's unacceptable, that big five there, because I don't anticipate Gates to miss again, and he didn't. And he shuts the gate on Getty.
Fourth leg, it's Luke to throw first.
You mentioned he played in the World Masters. Obviously, he missed his last 128 game because of that illness. He slept through the alarm.
140.
But in the group stage, he actually played fairly good darts. Mid to high 80s in all of his games. 4-2, 4-2, 4-0 victories.
42.
Looked quite convincing. You'd probably feel a little bit disappointed for Gates, who you feel might have been able to get a bit of a run going in that event and make the latter stages.
96.
Well, Gates didn't sit on the fence. He said he's here to win this and set himself up nicely. Like you said, he has this vision of being here till Saturday night.
100.
And then getting himself down to Ali Pali on Sunday. He's got a little hotel just a couple of miles away in Muswell Hill. He's got his whole week planned.
58.
Be hoping it's more than just this week, because if he does beat Gertnenches, he'll be staying in
66.
London for the second round of the World Championships.
Yeah, this is my first time in 2015, so about 7 times I'm not practicing getting ready for a World Championships. Or
137.
so I thought. I've now entered the World Seniors. I'll be playing on February the 10th. The Dozen Massive will be out in force.
93. Luke requires 70.
All 3 of them.
Once again, a bit sloppy, but he has left double
Game
six.
shot on the 4th leg.
Good lad,
Luke
Luke.
Getty.
I know you should never show bias as a commentator, but when you've seen someone as down as he was yesterday,
5th leg, it's Leonard to throw
to
first.
see him
Game
throwing
on.
darts where he'll be thinking, I like everything I'm seeing about him right now. I'm in his corner.
95.
Just having a look at the World Championships. Leonard Gates plays at the bottom part of the draw in Section 2. That's the section where Michael Smith will be playing, and also your dark horse tip,
80.
Damon Hetta. And he's at the bottom of the draw. We'll play Gertnenches in the opening game. If he does win that, he will have the World 21 Stephen Bunting.
100.
I always found it strange how hot the stage was at Ali Pali. -2 outside, and I was
100.
dripping in sweat after set 2.
Yeah, I really
Huge
struggled.
stage, absolutely monstrous side stage. You know, I'd obviously the transition from the BDO to there for this tiny stage at the
140.
lakeside. And there's that 166 again. And if I'm repeating myself, tell me off. But when we talk about levels, he's not going to get away with that against Gertnenches. He's not
140.
going to get that away against Stephen Bunting.
And looking further ahead, he's also got
92.
in that section Andrew Gilding, Dave Chisnell, Vincent van der Voort, Luke Humphreys, to name just a few. Tough group, but
They're
you don't
all
expect
tough.
anything.
55.
do you,
Leonard
really? Yeah. World
requires
Championships.
74.
I'll be having a good look before I get on Edgar TV tonight. It looks like 20 and tops for Gates.
54. Luke
He's the
requires
chance for Getty.
126.
And he just needs one of these moments. He's definitely stepped up levels. This would take him to a place he'd love to be at. Bull.
101.
And that wasn't
Leonard
far. I
required
think he thought
20.
that was in himself. Problem he's got when you're playing Gates, though, you don't expect Leonard to miss here.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
He
Leonard
doesn't, Matt.
Gates.
Yeah, it's been a good game, this one. And even if this is a defeat for Luke
6th
Getty,
leg,
there
it's
is
Luke to
so
throw
much
first. Game on.
positives that he would be able to take from this game, averaging 97. Despite the fact he is 3-2 down. And this
96.
is far better than anything we have seen from him. And I think the thing I like from here now is he's now developed 2 people. He's still got the Luke Getty that
100.
we've met for the last couple of days, but when he crosses that yellow line across the back of the stage, it's go time. And that yellow line at the back of the stage just
83.
reminds me so much of when I used to do a lot of psychology work with some of the younger football players, and I used to say to them, when you cross that line, we need a different mentality to when we're approaching
60.
it. And we used to build up all these different... So that became a moment. And I wonder how many people over time are going to look at that yellow line, and that's going to
30.
be that transitional switch between the personas, because Luke Getty is, at the moment, someone on the stage who we haven't seen so far.
Chris Murphy, if you're listening, people say I'm boring. But joking aside, I've learnt a lot from my co-commentator this week. Psychology of the game is huge. Mindset
60.
is massive. And I'm just seeing a guy there devoid of confidence, didn't want to be there. Even said to me yesterday, my head's gone. And today he's a new player. And what Matt's talking about is just the whole psychological side of the game. He's enjoying the game. He's enjoying this match. I know he's losing 3-2, but he's thinking at last I'm putting a show on. He might use the bull here.
90.
And the reason he did that is if he hit the 25, it would have still left him a 3-dart combination. And a treble-less video
60.
visitor
Luke
means that
require
Getty then becomes favourite for this
142.
leg. Another one of them. And it's tops for a 142.
122. Leonard require 126.
Now I've given up trying to work out Gates' finishing, but he should stay there. And it's double 6. And that's the problem. It's not the fact he doesn't know, it's the fact that it's just...
Game,
And
shots,
that's how good
and
Leonard
match.
Gates is.
Leonard
What an
Gates.
unbelievable finish in the unconventional way that Leonard Gates goes. It's not the end of the world for Luke Getty. You can see the smile on his face, which is good to see. So many positives from him. The standout player is 2 out of 2. And it's Leonard Gates 4, Luke Getty 2. Next up, Alec Small, Jeffrey Bekema.
So Leonard Gates of the United States, already a star here at the Super Series, where he's certainly earning his stripes. A victory against a much improved Luke Getty in that previous match, 4-2 to Gates. So it was Getty who had the higher average, almost 94 for the Southampton-based slinger. But it was Gates who got the winner. 1-2-6 checkout in there, and he makes it 2 from 2. The same record as Alec Small, who will be in action in the next match, and it means that that pair are at the top of the Group C table, which we can look at for the first time. 2 wins for both Small and Gates. More comprehensive victories for Small, which is why he is top on leg difference. 1 apiece for Luke Getty and Tony Newell, and it's the Dutch duo of Willem Mandigers and Jeffrey Bekema that are yet to pick up any points in the group. Bekema back in action next. He does take on Small, who last time out defeated the other Dutchman in the group, Willem Mandigers, and he did it in fabulous style, 4-0. As for Bakema, well, he has lost both of his games so far. He's got a really interesting throw. Glenn and Matt have been looking at that. You can see it here, very unorthodox, but sometimes very effective as well, as he exhibits here with a maximum. but it is maximum points so far for Small and no points for his opponent. Will their tungsten trends continue today? Let's find out with our commentary team.
Thank you, Chris. Unorthodox is a word we've been using here, but with this guy, impressive is the word Matt just said to me. Just a raw nugget, a raw talent. So much more to come over the next few years with him. This guy, new to me, or so I thought, until he told me he had met me before in Belgium when I played him in the mixed pairs. I'm surprised I didn't forget that throw. Not that I would argue with him. He must be 6'5", is he?
Yeah, he's a
First
tall
leg, it's
guy.
Alec
You've
to
got
throw first.
Stand on a
Game
chair
on.
to make eye contact with him. But this one, for me, I only see one winner
100.
on everything we've seen today, and from the details and the stats and everything that we've got in front of us, and everyone sat at home thinks exactly the same as
100.
well. This is the biggest market move I have ever seen since I have been involved with the Super Series.
60.
Listen to this one. This morning, you could have got Alec Small to win this game was 4-6.
100.
He has gone off at 1-5. That is the biggest market move I have ever seen in a two-horse
135.
race. That sort of odds would suggest to me that at the end of the last game, Jeffrey fell off the stage, fell through the table, broke his arm. It's
121.
a massive move that I just didn't think I'd ever see.
Don't forget to gamble responsibly. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Using Gary Robson's flight, I think it says
100. Alec to require 148.
Can the real Jeffrey Bekema please stand up? What a
Game
finish
shot
that
the
is
first
from the
leg.
young man.
Alec Small.
148, just as Jeffrey played his best leg of the day. Outstanding stuff, Alec Small.
Second leg, it's Jeffrey to throw first. Game on.
Where did that come from?
100.
And Jeffrey has finally woken up.
85.
Yeah, he's looking a little bit
60.
tighter around that 20. He's been spraying them all over the place today like he was firing a machine gun at the board. And
56.
he's looking a little bit tighter, a little bit more controlled. I'm guessing that's the one thing with this action. When it works, it's going to work well, but it's going to work well for small
100.
periods of time.
You're wondering what I'm doing now. I'm just trying to replicate the throw as I'm chatting to you
100.
guys. And Matt was looking at me, what's he doing? It's all in that wrist, isn't it? Right on the point of delivery there.
100.
It
Comes
looks
right
late to
across.
me as well. We'll probably see when we see from the side angle, but it looks like they're all late,
100.
which
Jeffrey
is why we
required
needed so much wrist in the
141.
throw
I
to
was
sort
gonna
of...
slightly disagree with you. I felt it was late earlier, but this is the best release point I've seen him do for the day. So I did feel it was very, and that was
46.
late, that last
Alec to
start.
require 160.
He's had a 148. Liking his flights there.
36.
Promoting autism.
Jeffrey required 95.
He did have a chat with me last time regarding the flights and what they mean. He will 16s.
55. Alec to
This
require
is much better from Jeffrey. And treble 18. And bullseye for a 124.
99.
And it doesn't get
Jeffrey
much closer than that, Matt.
40.
A really good effort there. But one of the things that has been a strength for Jeffrey is that
Game
outer
shot
ring
the
and getting
second leg.
legs warm.
Jeffrey Bekema.
He levels this one up against the 1-5 favourite, Alec Small. The
Third leg,
heavily
it's Alex to
punted
throw first.
Alec
Game
Small.
on.
And like I say, he's got those autism flights, something I'm a big advocate as well.
57.
My son, ASD, and I see there's a lot going on with darts at the moment where we're seeing a lot
60.
more autism awareness, and I'd like to see something done in terms of opportunities and
58.
tournaments for people with autism, because when we look at this going forward, a lot of the time they'll be quite intimidated by the halls that are full of people, with the scores being called out. And I'd like to see maybe an environment created as the next step once this awareness has been brought forward.
134.
Because a lot of them would like to play, I'm sure.
I'm sure you're the type of person to help drive that forward, Matt.
60.
But first max of the match for Jeffrey. And he's like a different player in this game, which just takes me to the fact that that transition
44.
from the WDF, that transition where he's been winning games on the floor, to come here to the MODUS Super Series, and maybe them first 2 matches were just a little bit too daunting for him
81.
because the bookies don't get it often too wrong, and they had their odds in favour of him for many of the games
100.
today. Maybe,
Jeffrey require
and I
120.
highlight the word maybe, he's just beginning to settle into this competition.
You say the bookies don't often get it too wrong. Do you know who else doesn't often get it too wrong?
God, you are boring.
42. Alec require 108.
And he likes that. The only problem with that is that you have to move right across the hockey for that treble. That looks in, so it's double 16.
92.
Once
Jeffrey
again, he's not
requires
super
78.
quick. So don't miss the big 18 is plan B. Then that is the problem with that 78. You have to at least
38.
hit the 18 to give yourself that
Alec
opportunity with one
requires
dart at
16.
tops. Heavily back favourite here.
Game shot on the
He'd be
third
relieved with
leg.
that last dart.
Alec
He doesn't show an
Small.
awful lot of emotion, but he'd be relieved. He puffs out his cheeks a little bit there.
Fourth leg, it's Jeffrey to throw first. Game on.
And this would be 3 wins out of 3 for Alec. Doesn't get much better than that, apart from the fact he probably would feel a little bit better with his double percentage.
60.
Yeah, when we looked at that league table before this game started, it said Alec and Leonard Gates positions 1 and
100.
2. I think that's how it stays. I think all we're going to see is that separation between the two, and I think they're the 2 players that we're going to see go through to Saturday. The 2 players
121.
that have got that explosive talent, like we saw in the opening leg here from Alec when he hit that 148, when he was starting to look
57.
like we could have had a breaker throw. The same with Leonard Gates at 126 for the match, the 113 for the match, the resilience to bounce back from 3-0, the consistency of play. We're not going to see them drop into a 60 or a low 70 average like we're seeing with the other players. And for me, they're the top 2.
123.
I'm being a bit greedy that I want Luke Getty to get through, because I'd love to see the Hampshire Massive down here Saturday night. Remember, you can come and join me and Matt and the team
123.
at the Modus Live Lounge. Tickets are absolutely free at dartshop.tv.
101.
Both average in the mid-80s now. It's a tough contest. And the fact he's covered that so
57.
much,
Alec
he had
require
the potential of going
120.
upstairs, but it's Shanghai on the 20s. He moves across the hookey like he did with that treble 19. Just
88.
but that last
Jeffrey
dart's an
require
absolute cracker. Something that
108.
I like when you, especially if you're a double 16 player. So again, he needs treble 19. That leaves 70. So treble 10 or treble 18.
68. Alec require 32.
Both lovely setups, but it's in Small's hands.
Game shot on
And
the
once
fourth
again,
leg.
he pings that double
Alec
8 with his
Small.
last dart. What does that tell you about the young man?
Then he shakes his head, which tells me something I don't like. That
Fifth leg, it's
expectation is
Alec to
just
throw first.
too
Game
expectant.
on.
And then what it can do is often you get yourself into a little pitfall when you get caught into a tight game that you feel you're not doing well and you
134.
start chasing and just all starts going a little bit wrong. But going back to what Glenn was saying about Saturday night with you can come and join us
81.
down here in Portsmouth. Remember, that will be our last night of 2022. Last opportunity to come and join us. So you are
57.
coming. Get your Christmas jumpers on. Sure, Glenn's going to have a naughty little number for Saturday night, aren't you, Glenn?
No, I'll be looking professional.
85.
Are you wearing that one that lights up again?
Nope, I've got a my Christmas Day shirt. It's a naughty little number.
58.
Normally comes out just once a year, and I'm going to bring it out for a special occasion on Saturday. So you could come get a photo
83.
with myself and that Christmas jumper. Well, Christmas top. It's not a jumper, it's a top. It's a shirt.
100.
Once again, Alec Small's put himself in a fantastic position for Jeffrey. The first positives I've seen for him, because this has been by far
140.
his best
Alec
game.
require
He's
152.
just come up against an inspired Small. Another one of them.
92. Jeffrey require 112.
You have the feeling that Small will finish there. So that leaves double top.
72.
Not a
Alec
million miles away.
requires 60.
But the impressive Small wants double top. It's tens.
50.
Just a little bit
Jeffrey
wild there,
require
Matt.
40.
Yeah, a long way off really with those two. But it's probably feeling the
shot
situation,
on the
feeling
fifth
the
leg.
opportunity to
Jeffrey
get those 6
Bekema.
points. And let's say we talk about lives. Well, I certainly do when I'm down here. And so 7 wins is the
Sixth leg, it's
expectation
Jeffrey
to
to throw
be
first.
really
Game
and
on.
we a chance of getting through this group because there are only the 2 places available. And if you're going to get those 7 wins, you've got 10 games, you've got 3 lives. Jeffrey has used 2 of them already. If he loses
100.
this early, game 7 on day 1, he might be getting the marker pen.
41.
But on the real positive sides for Jeffrey, this is much, much better. Just even the way the darts are going in the board, they were really swaying all
81.
like that last dart. They were flying all over in his first 2 games. He's averaging. He was averaging higher than Alec Small,
180.
but they're both pretty much exactly level on the scoring. The only difference is Jeffrey's got a better checkout percentage, but
140.
the most important stat is it's 3-2 to Alec Small.
60.
So on 180, you're looking at 1 treble, 2 would be beautiful. 3 would be a bust.
121.
And you saw his concern there. I've seen many people sort of hit tops in that position. But after 12 darts,
100.
just
Jeffrey
wants 59.
required 59.
it's a 2-dart combination we've talked an awful lot about. This is the difference between winning. That's a good marker.
39. Alec required 120.
This is a match opportunity here for Alex Small, 20 for tops for the match.
80.
That would have kept his perfect
Jeffrey
start to
required
the
20.
day going. This one could go all the way. Jeffrey has
Game
got a
shot on the
strength. It
sixth
is the
leg.
doubles.
Jeffrey
The
Bekema.
problem for Jeffrey, though, is getting there. When he gets there, he is pretty dangerous. 3-3. Alec will throw
Seventh final
first.
leg. It's Alec to throw
And
first.
all those
Game
people that
on.
have punted Alec in from 4 to 6 into 1 to 5 got a
96.
nervy, sweaty leg on their hands.
Pleased for Jeffrey in one sense, because he was looking like, what am I doing here after the first 2 games?
140.
I think part of what I was thinking is what you were doing here, but he's proved himself wrong and
59.
certainly proved me wrong, because he's looking so much better. He's just shy of a 90 average. Just millimetres away from that target, but that's a good response.
83.
Yeah, let's be fair. Let's be honest. You know, the stats are there. The numbers are there to be seen. He averaged a 67 and a 68. And when we put those 2 together, he averaged 68 for his first 2 matches. This is a massive improvement. He is averaging 86.86, and that is climbing
140.
with that 140. And this could be a monstrous upset.
56.
And right
Jeffrey
now,
required
it's looking like a monstrous
138.
upset, because remember what I said a second ago, Jeffrey's strength is the doubles. He should be getting match darts in this leg,
94.
especially now. Multiple match darts.
96. Jeffrey
It's a
required
good last dart from
44.
Small. Much tops for the match. And his first 2 points in the MODUS Super Series.
24.
Well, that's a
Alec
long way.
required 136.
Like he was playing a game of loopy there.
60. Jeffrey required 20.
But Bekema for his first 2 points.
Game, shots,
And all
the
the
match.
favourite backers
Jeffrey
there.
Bekema.
Will be head in their hands right now. But for Jeffrey, a big smile on his face and his first 2 points in the MODUS Super Series. An 86.56 average there. against the highly fancied Alec Small. It's Willem Mandigers up next against Luke Getty. Join us soon.
Well, who saw that coming before the break, be honest? I don't think anybody did they? It was unbelievable, Jeff, as Jeffrey Bekema, without a win to that point, defeated the up to then unbeaten Alec Small. He lost just one leg in the first two matches of the day, but goes down 4-3 to the Dutchman in a real surprise result. It started well for Small, that fabulous 1-4-8 checkout. It looked like it would be business as usual, but Bakema produced a much improved performance to get his first points on the board. And we can have a look now at how that affects the Group C table. Small stays top because of those handsome wins, but of course Leonard Gates has a game in hand and could go ahead of him on points if he wins it. That'll be against Tony Newell. Before that, though, we're going to see Willem Mandigers take on Luke Getty, the Dutchman, looking for his first points of the group. And it's the fourth meeting of the week between the pair. Mandigers leads that head-to-head 2-1. Got this victory on Monday, also won on Wednesday, with Getty grabbing glory in their fixture on Tuesday. But it looks like a different Luke Getty has turned up today in this group. He's got that bit between his teeth, the fire in his belly, and maybe that's down to the desire to play in front of what would be a kind of home crowd here on Saturday night. So let's see if Getty can get it done in the company of Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Exactly what's on my notes here. But if Luke Getty does have those aspirations for Saturday night, I feel this game is pivotal. I felt he was on a bit of a free roll against Leonard Gates, who I personally think will go 5 out of 5 today. But you know, don't go against my predictions, because I'm pretty rubbish at that. Luke Getty was my outsider of today. And like I said, he didn't do too bad against Gates, but this game is massive, because all of a sudden, that word that Matt's used a lot this week, expectation. We all know that Willem's not at the races at the moment. He's nowhere near his best.
First leg, it's Willem to throw first.
Getty's got his tail up
Game
right
on.
now, but he's possibly expected to win. I'm sure Matt will discuss the odds, etc. So a big game for Getty here. And the forgotten man, Mandigers, could he
81.
be put a spanner in his works?
Well, it's a big game for Mandigers, isn't it? When we look at like Jeffrey Bekema and how he turned his game around, that's what
54.
we need to see here from Willem. He only averaged 67 in his last game, a 4-0 defeat to Alec Small, where Alec only averaged 79, but still restricted Willem to just one dart after double.
139.
You'd certainly be expecting if your opponent's throwing 79 that your darts at a double are going to be a lot more than just the one.
45.
There's always a fear as a commentator about repeating yourself, but, you know, for people who haven't been listening to the commentary this week, you know, Mandigers is a former quarter-finalist of the
59.
Lakeside World Championship. He has the pedigree. And on Monday, my concerns were raised when I chatted with him. He said he's nowhere near where he wants to be
100.
and admitted about being lazy, etc. But both myself and Matt felt if there's one player who was going to play himself into form, it was Mandigers. But in that
41.
last game, he looked, it was a sorry sight. He looked a beaten man already. And probably just when Luke Getty became favourite, he gives Mandigers a chance to sort of just relax and play, because he has showed his A game this week. But more often than not, he showed us his D+ game.
$54.
Trebleless visit there means that Luke Getty suddenly becomes a bit of a favourite now, because a ton out of 140 here. He should stay there.
96.
And that last dart
Willem,
does
you
mean
require 127.
he's got a 2-dart combination. For Willem, his outer ring has been really poor. So you never really have the
55.
confidence he's going to hit
Luke,
the
you
double when
require
given the
80.
chance. For Luke, this is a big moment. That's a perfect dart. And he starts his process, his recess, double 10. And
75.
there lies the problem
Willem, you
of Luke
require
Getty this
72.
week. And the difference was Luke said that's normally his strength. So tops for Mandigers, who's been pretty
32.
woeful on his doubles this
Luke,
week.
you require 5.
We've got two players here who've struggled on getting them doubles, so just getting on the board now is pretty vital.
1.
Yeah, when you've
Willem, you require
not had many
40.
darts at the double, and even yesterday, actually, when we look back to Willem, who had a lot of darts at double, what's it,
Game
22,
shot on the first
23
leg.
darts
Willem
he went without
Mandigers.
hitting a double. He's hit that one, he's 1-0 up.
Second
We've
leg,
had
it's Luke to
an
throw
interaction
first.
come through
Game
as
on.
well on Twitter, which is what we're looking for today at the Edgar 501. That does a 180. If you wanna
97.
get in contact with us today. You can see here a message saying, first of all, enjoying the coverage, and he's been enjoying the discussion we've been having between the coaching
41.
and the mentoring, saying he's returning after 7 years of a car crash. Obviously, there's a lot of things that need to be investigated in there.
140.
First of all, in terms of, like, you know, what was the damage? What was the injury? Was there any nerve damage? You know, there'd be a lot of experimenting and
60.
exploring that we'd need to do with that. He said, is there any coach or mentor close to him? Well, I myself coach out of Daventry in Northamptonshire. Glenn does yours from up in your home in Middlesbrough, don't you?
56.
God's country.
So, yeah,
One of us is a qualified coach, and one of us actually achieved something in
81.
darts. Actually, we haven't really bullied each other this week, have we? There's been quite a bit of respect, hasn't there?
yeah, I think we're letting the viewers down.
Despite how windy it is in here, it's been quite respectful.
73.
Yeah, if we're anywhere local to you in those locations, get in touch. Occasionally, do travel if it's nearby
93.
in terms of
Luke,
like
you require
an exhibition
135.
or somewhere heading to as well.
Now, normally on 135, you'd be looking at starting on the bullseye area. So, because Willem is on
95.
226, it makes total sense that the job was just to set it up to a 1-dart finish. That's exactly what Luke Getty did. He's going to put pressure on that tops.
180. Luke,
The
you require
inconsistently
40.
consistent Willem Mandigers smashes in a max. Well, come on, Luke. This double in has to improve.
Game
And
shot on the
that's what it's
second
about.
leg.
And there's the
Luke
roar.
Getty.
There's the Hampshire howl. We want to hear that on Saturday night, Luke.
Third leg, it's Willem to throw first. Game on.
I think I've said all week, Luke's game's not a million miles away. He's really beaten himself up yesterday.
84.
If he does self-reflect, if he does look back, there was more positives than negatives, because this part of the game for me, which is, he says is his weakness, is scoring, has been absolutely fine. It's anywhere from 201 down, where he says he practices so much with Jamie Kellen, who we'll see in the Champions Week. He practices with him on his doubles, and that's where he's best. He just felt he needed some adrenaline running through his body.
82.
So I said to him, pretend the crowd is there. Dig deep. Get that first one under your belt and let it flow from there.
40.
An opportunity here, really, for Luke Getty, isn't they? And he's
140.
certainly making the most of that. Interesting to see how he does react to that crowd, because he said he likes it, says he enjoys it, but I mean, who doesn't enjoy it? That's what we play for, isn't it? To play in front of the biggest crowds and those
46.
big moments.
And especially to a home crowd as well. I mean, it's not like you're playing in front of thousands of people where, believe it or not, you don't hear a thing. It's just a noise.
Luke, you require 133.
Well, if you play at an intimate venue, you can hear the clinking of the glass, a phone ringing. 56 left.
93.
Once again, another lovely setup.
Quite often you probably heard people snoring, didn't you, when
24.
you was playing?
Just
Luke,
the
you
exhibitions.
require 40.
I said double 10 already.
Game shot on the third
That's
leg.
plumb
Luke
in the middle.
Getty.
Hampshire Raw continues to howl.
Fourth leg,
That
it's Luke
shot
to
there,
throw
as the
first.
cameras just
Game
panned
on.
around and you just saw Willem Mandigers coming into the shot. The arms was dropped, the shoulders were slumping, the hands are low. The position of the hands tells you
100.
a lot about the psychology and what someone is feeling. And he's not feeling good.
134.
Yeah, he's fed up. He's, like I said, he's probably come here this week hoping rather than expecting. Whereas this guy,
180.
he's been right at the bottom this week and he's just beginning to climb the rungs of that ladder. I've seen bigger shocks in the world of him qualifying here and they're doing
115.
incredibly well. And I'm thinking exactly of my Scarborough friend, Graham Usher, who looked a beaten man a few weeks back.
140.
And all of a sudden, Luke's making this game look very easy.
Do you get the feeling that the more Luke is starting to play like this, the more Abby's thinking of packing a bag and
123. Luke, you
getting
require
herself down
81.
here? It's Luke Getty making his move.
56.
That was for a 12 darter.
Willem, you require 129.
And he did break the throw in the last leg. He'll have a chance to confirm that break. The famous words of Rod Harrington, a break is a break
93.
if you hold.
Interestingly enough, he said, Glenn, last time I met
Luke, you
you
require 25.
you told me you practice on 25 finishes religiously, which I do. Didn't realise I told him, and he said, it's a game, I practice all the time. Well, you need to practice harder, Luke. Double 4.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And that's a game
Luke
that,
Getty.
honestly, I put hours and hours and hours on. 25, because the times you want to be finishing on 25
Fifth
is
leg, it's Willem
unbelievable.
to throw
I bet
first.
it's 2
Game
in
on.
10 of every game you play. And he said it was a game that stuck in his mind when I spoke to him. I didn't tell him I couldn't remember meeting him, but my
58.
knowledge of people and whatever, especially with the amount of fans I've got, Matt.
We've just gave that away because you're going to watch this back later now, and then you've just kind of
97.
told him indirectly. But I'm guessing you played that quite a lot because you always missed the ball.
79.
Struggling for a response there, so come on, Luke. Just above that treble 20, that's not where you want to be. The only
41.
thing I think when he drops low is that all of a sudden there's just a bit of... He probably can see the winning line now. Once that little bit of tension, anxiety goes through the body, whereas
180.
Willem's just playing, thinking, just get me off here, and all of a sudden he's relaxed, the body's feeling, you know, no problem at all, and the 180s will go in.
66.
Getting over that winning line, the art of learning how to just put a game to bed is one of the most difficult things in darts.
77.
Yep. I always say to people the hardest leg is the first one and the last. Everything in the middle is when you enjoy the game and you can just get embroiled in that
40.
battle. I know
Willem, you
a lot
require
of time we'll say, oh, this is
107.
a big moment, but you don't feel those moments when you're playing in that meat of the game. You're just in the moment. You're just playing. It's the start and the finish.
44 left here for Willem.
99.
Well done there, Charlie. Had the pleasure of a couple of meals this week and winning a quiz
100.
with Charlie.
Willem, you require 8.
Double 4 for Willem. Dare I say he's been absolutely awful, apart from
4. Luke, you
Double
require
2.
157.
This would be some finish.
$57.
So to save
Willem,
the
you
game,
require
really,
4.
because if he misses this, Luke Getty could be finding himself with match darts. Getting further away. Comes to the left.
2.
Over pitches. He's in the
Luke,
madhouse.
you require 100.
And you just feel for Willem Mandigers. Nothing is happening for him today. It could be about to get worse.
40.
Not much
Willem, you
confidence in
require
this double
2.
one.
I always say to people, go as high as you can. That's nothing wrong with that, and just let the arm follow
Game
through
shot
that.
the
That's
fifth
exactly
leg.
how I would
Willem
promote that
Mandigers.
double one, and he sticks his bottom lip out, but he's just playing in utter frustration right now, and he doesn't even have the luxury of going backstage
6th
and
leg, it's Luke to throw first.
seeing his
Game
travel
on.
partners, Richard Veenstra and Chris Lamman, who he's been with this week. Part of me was thinking that could be a good thing. He can get into his own zone, because honestly, the dip he had from his first to his last game the past 3 days was something I was scratching my head over.
135.
But for Luke, he knew he had the dart in this leg, and you've got to start quickly. But that's the perfect dart there for Mandigers.
140.
Yeah, you feel this is the leg. If it gets to 3-all, he gives Mandigers hope.
I just don't like when
82.
Luke just dips under that 20. That's the only sign of a bit of sort of concern and tension in his throw.
41.
We talked about feast or famine with Richard Veenstra. You just don't know what you're going to get with Willem Mandigers right now. I never wanted to play him in the BDO.
60.
Like I said, he was always when you stood behind, because when he gets it right, Matt, you know, I've seen him do phenomenal matches, phenomenal legs, but it's just what's between those two
66.
ears right now, and he's not enjoying that. This is a big opportunity, which he's going to snap with both hands.
94.
Might crackle and pop it as well. 130, he'll want to pop in. Get it over with. He does not want any drama. He doesn't want this to go any longer. He just wants the points.
121.
130
Luke, you require
It's
130.
not a bad shot. And he needs the one treble for a dart at the bull. A long way low. You don't
41.
really have too much
Willem, you
hope in the
require
Mandigers 133,
133.
but it's all about the present, not about what we've seen. This could be a fine advert. Oh, it was in. It was in, and it has come out. And that is when things aren't going right for you, stuff like that just happens, just compounds the misery.
63. Luke, you require
There's
89.
only one person that's not feeling the pain for Willem. It's Luke Getty, and after that first start, it's 8-8 for the match.
73. Willem, you require 70.
Part of me feels like he deserves this 70 finish after that treble 19. Do I have confidence it's going to go in? Oh,
30.
that's not good
Luke,
enough,
you
Willem.
require 16.
So Luke Getty for 2 wins out of 3. It's 888.
Game,
And when you
shot,
haven't been
and
winning
the match,
games all
Luke
week,
Getty.
that roar of delight there from Luke just intensifies what he's doing. It's 2 wins out of 3 for Luke Getty. For Willem Mandigers, he couldn't get off the stage quick enough there. Luke Getty moves on. Is he the guy who's going to come through the field today? Or is it going to be the big favourite Leonard Gates, who you will see next against Tony Newell? Join us soon.
Welcome back. 8 games down here at the MODUS Super Series, and Luke Getty, who had 2 wins in 3 days earlier this week, now has 2 wins in 3 matches in Group C. 4 points for him, but no points for the man he's just beaten, Willem Mandigers, who has really struggled so far. Hasn't been the case, though, for Leonard Gates, who's looking to complete a hat-trick of victories when he takes on Tony Newell in the next match. Alec Small, 2 from 3 as well, but Gates looking to lead the league table kind of a quarter way through of the group. Now, Newell does have a victory to his name. The Bear got the better of Jeffrey Bekema when he played the Dutchman, who is yet to pick up a point in this group. And Leonard Gates has won his first 2. Coming back from 3-0 behind to Mandigers in his opener, and then taking out this fabulous 1-2-6 checkout to see off a kind of reinvented Luke Getty with a 4-2 success. So really good stuff so far from Gates today. Glenn Durrant has tipped him to have a clean sweep. It's been Matthew Edgar who's been our top tipster so far at the Super Series, but let's see if Duzza is going to get it right. He was a minor league baseball player before he started playing darts. Leonard Gates, he's certainly pretty good at this game as well, which involves treble play and double play, but a win here for Tony Newell would get him in the picture. Look, I'm not even sorry about those ahead of tomorrow's home run. Let's get back to the boys in the box to see if they can do any better.
Well, I think you need Henry more than me for the puns. But what I would say here is sometimes when you write somebody off, like Tony Newell here, I did it this week with Luke Getty when he played, who was unbeaten in Richard Veenstra or Chris Landman. I think one thing I've learned about the MODUS Super Series, never to write anybody off in a best-of-7 race. I mean, we're looking at someone there with a great pedigree, a great CV, actually in form before coming into the MODUS Super Series. But this guy, when you talk about levels, I think this guy can...
First leg, it's Tony to throw.
I think
first.
he can really challenge
Game
Danny
on.
Baggish of being, you know, the American #1. Just chatting with him there, he's a great character. So he's got his 4 or 5 days planned out what he wants to do. And so far, so good, though. He got away with murder the first game, coming back from 3-0 down from
65.
Mandigers. And Mandigers has just not recovered from there. But Tony Newell, a scrappy win. Maybe something that he needed. And now maybe he can just let them arms fly a little
59.
bit and just enjoy the experience, because obviously he'd be a big second favourite in this game, Matt.
That he is, if we're talking about the odd compilers in
100.
terms of this one. If we're talking about CVs and playing darts top trumps, then Tony Newell wins pretty much hands down. He's gone places that Leonard Gates has tried to go and not been able
140.
to achieve. But it's not about the past, it's about the present. And in the present right now, I have to agree that Leonard Gates is
55.
by far the better player at the moment. And that preparation towards the World Championship, where he'll be starting his campaign on Monday,
96.
sort of gone perfect for him, because you don't want to come here and have everything your own way. That's not going to prepare you. It's not going to put you in that position, and that's what he's feeling. He's feeling different emotions. He's being
101.
challenged in different ways, and that is what Leonard would have wanted from this experience.
And it's that transition, isn't it? That like Boris, like Jose de Souza, and
140.
then people, the soft tip players who are, you know, now applying the trade in the steel tip game. He has won a World Darts Live stage event.
95. Leonard, you
An
require
MVP, a most
66.
valued player at the Chicago Soft Tip World Championships as well. So he's very adept at that. Where's he got with his double
48.
18? I don't know what happened to the second
Tony
dart there. Must have been a
require
bounce out.
85.
But it's just that transition he's doing from the soft tip to the steel tip. But I think he has all the attributes to be very, very dangerous in this game and follow the likes of Boris and
70.
Jose, who were doing absolutely
Leonard, you
magnificent
require
in
18.
the steel tip.
Game
Straight
shot on
for
the
it,
first
straight
leg.
in.
Leonard Gates.
And that is the breaker throw he would have needed at some point. He's got it wrapped up in the opening leg. And
Second leg, it's Leonard to throw first.
sort of feel
Game on.
that it's just going to extend.
As much as I've talked negatively about his his finishing setup plays, his actual doubles
84.
are really impressive. I mean, not staggering figures I'm going to give you there, but you just feel confident, Matt, when he goes for the double, he's going to hit it.
135.
Yeah, he's certainly going to be a threat to Gert Nenchez in that World Championship first round match, and if he wants to get through that,
100.
you'd fancy him to give Stephen Bunting a little bit of a scare.
Yeah, the first games are never easy for anybody, you know. I'm sure most players wanted to avoid Bo Greaves,
82.
but I do get the feeling that the player who did get Bo Greaves is not going to bother 1 second. Willie O'Connor's one of them guys who'll just focus on his own job. I mean, I've played him on the Ali
140.
Pali stage as well, so he gave me a right hiding up there. So I think for Bo, even though she said she wasn't bothered who she played, it's probably not one of the
45.
ones a lot of us really wanted. But she could be fantastic. 3 women in the Worlds this year. 96 players. A record amount of
99.
countries. Can't wait for it to start. And then when it's finished tonight, come and join us. We're at session 2. Group B tonight.
177. Leonard,
It's
you require
absolutely
78.
stacked. And I can't pick 3 from 5 myself from there. But 20 leaves tops here.
58. Tony requires 62.
If Tony's going to win this game, this is the type of finish he needs. And it's 18.
26.
That's it, just on the wire
Manager
again.
required 20.
I don't expect Gates to miss this. It's looking like 2-0 in rapid, quick time.
Game shot on the second leg. Leonard Gates.
Yeah, you mentioned about that Bo William O'Connor game, and we're both quite big on our
Third leg, it's
social
Tony
media.
to throw first. Game
And
on.
I read quite a lot, and I do feel like there's almost been a little bit of a dismissal to the talent and the pedigree of William O'Connor.
121.
Because he's been there for so long, it's almost like it's become quite familiar, and I don't think Bo's as big of a
58.
fancy as some of the social media would suggest. Now, I'm really looking forward to seeing her. I think she's going to do quite well, but we've also got to remember she is only just 18 years old,
127.
and this is a debut. And William O'Connor is a seasoned professional dart player.
And like I said, we mentioned social
55.
media there. Jack Main's been on. Good morning, Jack. Frozen from work. So got in, put the MSS darts on in the background while practicing. A decent watch. Credit to all involved. Great to hear
40.
does it on the comms. But Matthew Edgar doesn't bring nothing to it, and he's absolutely rubbish. And Glenn, you shouldn't be working alongside someone who's never won what you've won.
95.
He didn't really write that, you know.
I'm going to say, what was that, the bingo? You won that.
Les Harrison, knew he'd be listening. Speaking about online bullying.
140.
MSS, then Glenn, are you still wearing the NAF jumper that you wore when you were 15? I'm to be surprised if you can still squeeze into it.
140.
Yeah, very funny,
Tony
Les.
requires 73.
73 for Tony. Double 8 to get back into this match.
Game shot on the
And
third
that's the
leg.
Tony Newell we were
Tony
expecting
Newell.
all week. Mark Marlowe, how are you doing, lads? Enjoying the darts and comms whilst having lunch on
Fourth leg,
Dartmoor,
it's Leonard to throw first.
just above
Game
Plymouth. Then I've got a couple of snowy pictures from Middlesbrough. I've just sent some sunshine pictures from Portsmouth. But yeah, keep them coming in.
On.
I'm
60.
happy to answer anything tonight. Milan Scorpion, who is your favourite player of all time in the Modus Super Series? I'll go down. I'll be quite greedy. I'll go with 2. Well, you've got to say what Martin Adams was doing, and Jim McEwen's been absolutely superb. I'm going to go 2 local people for me. I'm going to go with
100.
Colin Osborne and Graham Usher.
It's quite a tricky one for me. So I've seen a lot of players, but for me,
99.
I'm going to have to go with me.
And people call me boring. It's unbelievable.
No, I'll tell you what, right? One of the players who I've really enjoyed sharing the practice room
131.
in this would be Robert Rickwood. I thought you was tight, but Robert Rickwood takes it to a whole new element, and he's just so funny without ever
30.
trying to be funny. He's just a funny bloke.
Why do you keep calling me tight? I've got Owen in my ear. Hey, Owen, at least I go out on a night out, don't I, Owen? Tell him.
134.
This is better from Newell.
100.
He left it too late in this leg because Leonard's on 76. I've given up working out which way he's going to go. Leaves double 18.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And when he wants
Leonard
a double,
Gates.
the confidence rises for me that he's going to ping it. A lovely player is Leonard.
Fifth
I'd
leg, it's
still
Tony to
think
throw first.
There's
Game
room
on.
for improvement there, but I would not want to be playing him at Ali Pali first round, that's for sure. He could be really dangerous. I've already messaged Danny Baggish this morning.
135.
The Americans will be there in force.
So let's break this game down in terms of numbers and stats and the story behind the 3-1
140.
scoreline. When we do that, we see that Leonard Gates is playing roughly to his sort of level, if not a little bit higher with that 94 average.
45.
Whereas Tony Newell has rose it. He is starting to find the sort of form that has got him through Q school on 3 occasions. Now, although at the
59.
moment it looks like he might taste defeat here, there are plenty of positives to Tony Newell to say that he is moving in the right direction. And because he got that win earlier on, albeit a bit scrappy, it
136.
protected one of his lives. One of the opportunities to get through Group C. So if he can start finding some form at the back end of the day and get 3
135.
victories on the board, I'd say that'd be quite a good day for Tony Newell.
I just think when he got that win under his belt, he probably looked back and
100.
probably thought to himself, I
Leonard
don't want
require
Leonard Gates just yet. Just give me
167.
one of the other guys, because then I can be on 2 wins out of 3. Treble 19.
139. Tony
Setup play's
require
great there.
85.
So 85, feel like it's a must hit.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Tony Newell.
Tony Newell will hold a throw. So the
6th leg, it's
seesaw
Leonard
of
to
this
throw
darts
first.
match just
Game on.
goes down to Leonard Gates. Will he jump? Will he keep the seesaw going? Or is he going to plant and keep Tony Newell out of the opportunity?
59.
Good match. Do like to use
95.
the play on the words between match and game. We have many games of darts. But
59.
a match is where 2 players are playing a very similar level, and it all comes down to those little moments. That is what we are seeing here, a match.
60.
This is the Tony Newell we thought we might see on Monday, Matt. I think we both thought he could be really dangerous come Saturday night. It just hasn't been his week.
140.
But he sounded very confident when he spoke to us this morning. He probably needed that win under his belt. I just think that maybe Leonard Gates just
55.
came at the wrong time for him, because he will be then sat on 3 games and only 1 win. Whereas he looks pretty relentless, does Leonard, and look like the first person to be on 6 points in this
139.
group. Averaging over 97 is Leonard.
133. Leonard
He said he had a
require
little bit more in the
104.
locker. He's certainly opening that locker door.
Forest Stars and Stripes. It's double 14.
90. Tony require 158.
Saw this week, 158.
$84.
It puts
Leonard
some pressure on this 14. It's not a
14.
great double. But it's for the match. 266. Please tell me that you knew you were doing that. Still fancy him for this. What's going through the mind?
8.
Just
Tony
messy.
requires 74.
No composure. Didn't like them 3 darts from Mr. Gates.
Game
Double
shot on
12.
the
What a finish from
6th leg.
absolutely
Tony Newell.
nowhere. And I'll put that down to Leonard Gates just messing around with that 14 finish there. Totally his own fault, in my opinion.
7th final leg. It's Tony
The
to
guy
throw
that oozes
first.
class and
Game
the
on.
star performer this week. Just a little bit messy there on his doubling. Is Tony Newell bothered? No, this could be his opportunity. And when we talk about
101.
moments in the week, is this it, Matt?
Well, it's a big opportunity, isn't it? Because Tony Newell opening with a 101, he has the throw, so he's going back to that treble of throw. If he
140.
does that, he forces Gates into the 2 trebles, which, like I said, what a match this one is in terms of the ability. Just so
58.
similar at the moment. But that 58 opens the door. The door has opened before for Leonard Gates, and he wasn't able to go through
100.
it. Is this now the moment where he puts himself top of the table?
100.
Yeah, Tony Newell can go joint top. Or Leonard can go clear top. So all to play for here.
59.
And there's nothing to separate them really here. Only 40 points. But it's Tony's darts. You can't go trebleless visits at this point. That's the only problem. That's a
94.
wonderful last dart. And for Leonard, 6 starts from 202 will be his thought process. He should stay there.
134.
And that is a beautiful setup
Tony
play from
required
Leonard Gates.
148.
We've seen a 148 go already today. That was for Alec Small. That was at a point when he needed it as well.
92.
Gates, match
Leonard
opportunity.
requires
If you
68.
ever wondered what to practice on, pretend you're 3-3 and pretend you want 68 for the match. And double 14.
54.
He went that way last time, which is strange because he doesn't
Tony
like double
required
7.
56.
That's not for me. For Tony, look at his eyes. He sees something here, does Tony Newell.
Game, shots,
And just
the
when you
match,
think that
Tony
Leonard
Newell.
Gates is beginning to put real pressure on this group and running away from it, once again, the MODUS Super Series, the guy who was a big outsider there wins. That could be the moment that Tony Newell starts his desire to get to Saturday night with immediate effect. It's Tony Newell 4, Leonard Gates 3.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
The MODUS Super Series, it is certainly the place for tungsten twists and turns, and we are getting a fair few of those in Group C today. At the latest, Leonard Gates, for the first time, failing to close out a match, and Tony Newell defeating the man who was unbeaten to that point. A 4-3 win for the Bear, despite averaging around 4 points lower than his opponent, but his doubling was exceptional in that one. 4 out of 6 for Newell. And that means that the league table now looks like this. Alec Small, Luke Getty, Leonard Gates and Newell himself all tied on 4 points. It means it's completely open for everyone, even Willem Mandigers, who hasn't won a game yet. If he can pick things up and turn things around, he'll be in the picture as well. And he is in action next. Mandigers taking on Jeffrey Bekema, who caused a bit of an upset earlier on. Alec Small was unbeaten, had lost one leg in his first couple of games and then went down to Bekema, as you can see here. Landing double 10 to get the job done against Small. As for Mandigers, well, as I mentioned, hasn't won so far today. This is the third of those 3 defeats, beaten by Luke Getty, who looks a totally different animal today. But the hope for Mandigers is it's kind of a reverse of what has happened earlier on in the week, where he was starting well but then tailing off. Hasn't got the start right today. Can he finish with a flourish? It is the Group C Dutch derby between Mandigers and Bakema, and it will be described by our commentary team of Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I don't think Mandigers really got over that 3-0 lead loss to Leonard Gates in the first match, and he's looked a pretty forlorn figure ever since. Nowhere near the player that I remember standing behind and having tungsten battles with. Whereas Jeffrey, after 2 games, I was beginning to scratch my head and had real concerns that he was hating the experience, but out of nowhere produced his best performance by a long shot and beating the previously unbeaten Alec Small. So once again, it's a tough one to try and determine who's going to win, but if going off what Matt was saying, how you need maybe 12 points to think about qualifying for Saturday night. Already a loss here for Willem Mandigers would put pay to his chances. Any thoughts on that, Matt?
12 points is the absolute bare minimum, but I don't see 12 points being enough in this group. I think we're looking at 14, which means a defeat for Mandigers is game over as far as qualification goes. And this is how you come out firing.
140.
Ooh, a little bit snatchy there on that one. But Jeffrey got 2 points on the board in his last game. It was a sizable upset, really. Alex Small backed right the way in before the off on that game. One of the biggest market moves, or the biggest market move I've ever seen in the Super Series. And 140. It ended up being a victory for Jeffrey. And like I say, massive improvement in the level of performance from him in the last game. And he's carrying it on here in terms of how tight he's packing around 41. That 20.
Yes, I'm looking at Jeffrey on the stage. This is double 16 here for Mandigers.
25.
Jeffrey required Walls on the double continue, but Jeffrey, Shanghai for a 15 darter. That's what we asked for with your darts, but that's not going to help. All he can do is put a setup plane.
85.
Strange last dart, but it works.
16.
Which double 8 for Mandigers again.
No score. Jeffrey requires
Sometimes
35.
you throw 3, the most perfect darts are on release, you think that's in. And they don't go in, but that pretty much sums up exactly.
On the first leg.
You don't need commentary, really. You just have to look at Willem Mandigers right now. He's just that wry smile. And by far the better player, 180, 140. But
second
5
leg,
missed starts at the double.
First.
Means it's Jeffrey. Bekema who takes a 1-0 lead. I'm looking at Jeffrey on TV.
45.
And I'm sat next to Zippy. So somewhere over the rainbow. I'm looking for George.
78.
Yeah, there was 3 really well thrown darts there from Willem Mandigers. They just didn't go in, and that would have been for a
41.
breaker throw. And sometimes when you have something that is so negative, like that moment, it can just completely knock you off your stride. It's like falling off the bike
81.
and losing the bike.
I think that moment was going all the way back to his first game of the day when he's 3-0 up and loses. I just think that any
81.
adrenaline that was going through, any belief, any desire, sort of sank out of him as he walked from off that stage to the players' lounge, because he hasn't been the same there. But and he comes out that 140, 180, and then loses a leg he should win. But the stats of Jeffrey on the checkouts has been fantastic today by far.
45.
his strength. And he's just beginning to settle in here. And once again, averaging over 90.
$81.
Remember, it's a double session for us today, the MODUS Super Series. Pretty stacked 5 tonight. I'm really looking forward to that
Jeffrey
one.
Jeffrey require 121.
1-2-1. He has the opportunity to treble 13. And for double 16 for a fantastic 1-2-1.
105.
No panic station just yet with Willem back on 189.
140.
Increased level of performance
Jeffrey
from Jeffrey continues.
60.
92.5 the average, and the strength
shot on the second
of his
leg.
continues.
Jeffrey
It's the outer
Bekema.
ring. He's very good on the doubles. Makes you wonder what he's doing in his practice routines. He's probably got a
Third
lot
leg is
of
Jeffrey to throw
finishing
first.
drills
Game
in
on.
there and a lot of work around the outer ring, because it certainly is coming through in terms of the game.
I mean, he was all over the
60.
place. Is that a fair assessment after his first 2 games? I think we both looked at each other and had our concerns. If you'd have asked me before the competition today, or if you'd have asked me on Monday who wins out with these 2 players, and they don't know each other, I was asking Willem what he could tell me about Jeffrey this morning. And he was pretty much next to nothing. He's just come on the circuit sort of this year.
100.
And obviously Willem's not doing the circuit right now, so there's nothing he could really tell me.
81.
That last start's beginning to be a bit of a snatch. Is coming more regular now.
Yeah, that's just a sign of forcing, isn't it? He's trying to make something happen.
66.
And he's probably very aware that he is probably just 2 more losing legs away from being out of contention of Saturday's final.
139.
You might see the bullseye. Yeah, you'll see the bullseye come into play here.
99. Willem, you require 156.
Oh, you're looking on that 156 there.
44.
It's just a steady ton. That setup player once again. Just not up to the standard. Bekema's got a chance if he can just pop that treble in.
41. Willem, you require 112.
Both averaging just shy of 90.
40. Jeffrey require 135.
I like this shot. I'm a fan of this one, because you need the treble for the dart back at the bull. A nice big target there, the 25 in the bull, so it
47.
just keeps the
Willem, you
opportunity
require
alive
72.
longer. The longer the opportunity is alive, the more Willem thinks.
Double 16.
56. Jeffrey, you require 88.
Once again, he's had a missed dart, a double Willem. Now we've got to hear. Don't like that.
48. Willem, you require 16.
Why do I not like that? Because he didn't even give himself a chance at the bull. He can't get any closer at this double 8 today.
No score.
Unbelievable.
That first
Jeffrey
dart was the
required
problem, wasn't it?
40.
It was on the wire and he wasn't able to use it. It actually worked more as a barrier to flick the darts away. And the way Jeffrey's been taking
Game
finishes
shot on
out,
the
I
third
did not
leg.
expect him
Jeffrey
to miss this
Bekema.
one. He doesn't. 3-0 up. Everything. Big problems.
Fourth leg, it's Willem to
for
throw first.
Willem
Game on.
Mandigers. He has been taking some heavy defeats this week. He's had a 4-0 defeat today to
61.
Alec Small, and he was certainly taking some big defeats yesterday. I think the last 3 games he lost 3-0.
140.
It must be pretty soul destroying if you're coming back tomorrow knowing you can't qualify. It's probably been a long week for him already.
100.
Yeah, those 4-0 defeats. Chris Landman 4-0, Richard Veenstra 4-0, and Adam Warner 4-0. 3 players he's probably glad to see the back of.
64.
If you didn't watch Group A and you're going to be watching Saturday night, watch out for Adam Warner, the big surprise package this
80.
week. Absolutely superb in many ways. All the characteristics, all the attributes to be a a phenomenal player, but Jeffrey Bekema, someone who I wrote off today,
120.
doing trick shots now as well.
100.
137 would be nice here.
$85. Willem, you require 160. $44. Jeffrey, you require 92.
Just all over the place. Well, for Jeffrey, keep it simple, just like that. And for a comprehensive
84.
1-0
Willem, you
victory, that
require
would have been for.
116.
And out of nowhere, he needs a treble 19.
56. Jeffrey, you require 8.
Opportunity for Jeffrey.
Game,
And that
shots,
strong part
and
of
the match,
Jeffrey's game
Jeffrey
continues. He
Bekema.
wraps up the double four in the first start. It's a 4-0 victory, which actually is going to start giving him a bit of hope when he starts eradicating some of those minus legs that got on the league table. But another 2 points, that puts him on to 4. I think that's the race around for Willem Mandigers, but it's certainly not for Jeffrey. And coming up next, we've got our 2 big hitters. Leonard Gates taking on Alec Small.
Welcome back to you at home watching, and welcome back to the oracle of the Super Series, Matthew Edgar. Mandigers in a hole. Did you see that coming today? Not a win to his name yet.
I think it was Tuesday I said when it comes to the back end of the week, I think Mandigers might start to make a move. And then yesterday he lost those last 3 games, 3-0. And that was sort of like the starting point of this downfall. I think we can change the L in hole now to M, because that's where he's going. He's going home, I think.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the stats from that previous match. It doesn't make good reading for him, but it has been a bit of a turnaround for Jeffrey Bekema, who has now suddenly found himself winning a couple of games, having looked like he was going to be the whipping boy of the group early on.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny. I thought Jeffrey was going to finish bottom when I saw everything that was happening, the way he was playing, the throw, the darts. I didn't like anything of it, but fair play to him. He's turned it around. Back-to-back victories, and he's in the mix.
So all we probably know is that, as Matt's just said, Mandigers isn't really going to make it unless he has a bit of a miracle turnaround. Let's have a look at the table too to show you what we mean here, because he's on no points. Everybody else on 4. Now, it didn't look like that would be the case when you were up here 5 matches ago, did it?
Absolutely not. I mean, everyone's really come out here and rose it in this last little run of fixtures, the 5 fixtures we've just seen. Let's say Mandigers, bottom of the table. With that many players on 4 points, he's pretty much out of it. But the rest of them are all in contention if they can find their A games. It's just that big question, if.
Yeah, and the 2 standout results that have really caused this kind of stacking of the group featured the players playing next, their first defeats of this group. Leonard Gates, first of all, we'll talk about. He played Tony Newell, and he missed 4 match darts in that game. We can see those darts here. A good opportunity for Gates. He was on 104 to win the match 4-2, but it went wrong from there.
Yeah, Glenn Durrant picked up a very interesting point, actually, that he was very persistent in trying to leave that double 14, which was interesting. When he came to the double 7, he liked the split and he didn't actually go for the double 7. So if you don't like the breakdown of the double that you throw in, it's surprising that he persisted with that.
And the biggest surprise of the day has to be Alec Small's first defeat when he lost to Jeffrey Bekema. We're going to see that one coming up in a moment. Tony Newell getting over the line against Gates. But here it is. He started the match like he'd started the day, 1-4-8, but then went on to lose.
Very, very surprising, and I agreed. We had a massive market move on that game, and I fully agreed with that. I was 100% behind that market move, and I was very, very surprised in the way that game went. It looked like, for me, that was going to be 4-0, 4-1. And when he started with that 1-4-8 and the way he's been playing today, I expected it to continue. I still expect him to be in the top 2, but that was just a setback.
Yeah, the door was open for Gates, so when Small lost that match, he didn't walk through it, but now has the chance to get the better of him. Do you still see these as the 2 men that should probably occupy the top 2 spots?
These are the top 2 players. When we look at ability, when we look at the ceiling, when we look at consistency, when we look at all the key qualities you need to win a group, these are the 2 players. And I expect, once it's all said and done, these will be the 2 that we're talking about tomorrow.
Well, one of them is about to put themselves in pole position. Which one? We'll find out in the company of this man and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you, Chris. And if you're wondering why Chris is wearing a cardigan, he's hiding the fact he's wearing the same T-shirt as Matt Edgar. Hence the cardie. Well, great job as always, guys. This guy at this match, early doors, I was thinking this was going to be an unbeaten clash, played 3-1-3. And very surprising to me that both players lost their previous games. In fact, I did have Leonard Gates to play 5-1-5 today, but he's been quite lucky, actually, to be on 2 wins, so you could say the advantage would be with
first
Small.
Leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
But the class is always with Gates, and there could be the deciding fact could be the fact that Leonard is throwing first. Well, both will be settled in now. I fully expect to see the best from both players in this match.
140.
And this guy who won the Champion of Champions this year, a best of 3 competition, and it's each match today, and then first couple of legs, he's come out the traps like a greyhound.
140.
Maybe it's just a little bit of, you just can't wait to get to the hockey there. Sometimes you look for that dance partner when you play darts. We've seen it this week with Landman versus Veenstra, where both just really enjoyed the pace of the game with each other. And I think they're really enjoying the pace of this already.
139.
That's what tough one to tough as. Yes, he's just going to move across it. Sometimes you can use bullseye in that
60.
situation there, because the bull would left to 170.
82.
Now for Leonard, he should be looking at the bullseye, and then double 16.
50.
And that would have been for a 12 darter. But no panic. As much as Alex playing well in this leg, he's still a couple of 100 behind here.
140.
But that's what you call a setup.
Leonard required 32.
And all of a sudden this 32 will have shrunk another millimetre.
Shot on the first leg. Leonard Gates.
That's a lovely opening 13 darter from Leonard Gates with the darts. We're beginning to see why we're all talking about him as being the main man in this group.
First. Game on.
A great start from him.
121.
You mentioned at the start that you feel that Leonard Gates is going to go all the way through the card today and go 5 from 5. If there is a banana skin, it is going to be this game.
140.
Yeah, I was surprised Gates lost the game already. Hence the reason he's on the 4 points there. I did expect 5 out of 5, but once we announced, I thought 5 out of 5. Where my predictions going? He was always going to lose against
93.
Tony Newell.
Do you
still think we'll be looking at these two as the top 2 come the end of tomorrow?
Oh, absolutely. They're the 2 standout players on what they've done away from here, what they're doing
58.
here. I said upstairs, ceiling in terms of how far they can go, ability in terms of the range of what level they can hit.
140.
I can't see much, but these 2 being the 2 that we're talking about going through to Saturday to join Adam Warner, and 3 players from tonight's Group B.
45.
Can we
Alec
talk around 10
require
o'clock?
100.
Can we talk about that Group B? Who do you fancy for that? Could you pick 3? Because I couldn't, but it's double 16 in
84.
record time. Keep an eye on this. Leonard Gates has left that dreaded bogey number.
46. Alec requires 16.
No idea why I went for the bull there, but double 8.
Game shot on the second leg.
It's 1-1.
Alec Small.
Level game. 2 quality performers here. 2 pacey players.
Third leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
Both of them are averaging high 90s. All the ingredients for a great finale, a great conclusion here.
60.
And my statement would be, whoever wins this match will be one of the 2 that go through tomorrow.
100.
So in regards to that Group B, we've got Richard Veenstra and Chris Landman, who went into that group through Group A. Them 2 players taking up positions 2 and 3. They're going to be joined
100.
by Kai-Fang Lang, who should have been in Group A, but he had a bit of a run at the World Masters and ended up
100.
having a cancelled flight, so was unable to get here in time. So he swatched positions with Luke Getty. Luke Getty getting the full week and Kai-Fang getting the 2 days. Nick Kenny
100.
and Rob Collins. Now, in terms of predictions on recent form, I mean, if you would have said to
60.
me Rob Collins a couple of years ago when he was coming onto the Pro Tour as an invite, I had a bit of a Rob Cross vibe about him almost in terms of how he's playing, but he's nowhere near that at the moment. He's a long way off that pace, and I think he could be potentially the weak link in that group. So I think it really comes down to the 4 other players, and I think it'll probably come down to Veenstra and Kai-Fang Lang to see who takes position 3, and then Nick Kenny and Chris Landman also to go through.
140.
I don't think he realised he was on 180 there. Because that was a serious bulge of his eyes there.
86. Leonard to require 40.
He's having a double check what he needs this time. Good marker for him, that.
Game shot on the third leg. Leonard Gates.
Feels doubly nice, I promise you, when you hit it with the last dart, because your opponent's beginning to think of that 70.
Fourth leg, it's Alec to throw first.
And Alec's itching to get to that hockey.
59.
And the snap of that release.
Just had a look at the odds for tonight's Group B, and actually
99.
That's very similar in the fact that they've got Rob Collins completely out of the running at 9-1. Veenstra favourite, Chris
55.
Landman second favourite. I'm actually a little bit interested in the Nick Kenny price, actually, a bit of 9-2 around Nick Kenny. It's a good bit of value.
That's excellent value.
60.
Nick Kenny's my tip. Well, that's probably ruined that. No wonder it's 9-2 if it's my tip.
Well, I might
60.
be putting that in my prime picks. Prime picks will be coming your way about 8:25 on Sporty Stuff TV when we'll be going on the Greyhound show.
140.
Do like that bit of value there. That's what we try and do on prime picks.
43.
Try and give you those little nuggets of value.
Yeah, there's a couple of
96.
losses for these two players. Hasn't half bunched the group up. 5 players all on 4 points.
180. Leonard, you
When
require
it's always that
106.
tight, it just means that each of these games are doubly important now. This 106 would hurt after that 180. 46, that leaves tops.
66.
That wasn't
Alec,
a
you
million
require
miles away.
104.
To go 3 or 4 in 6 darts
64.
would have been super
Leonard, you
impressive.
require 40.
But for a big lead, an unassailable lead, question mark.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
3-1 to
Leonard
Gates.
Gates.
And it's small Gates, not big Gates.
5th leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
I'm just glad Lee Cox isn't playing this week. That nearly ended my commentary career before it even started.
60.
We said that
140.
Leonard Gates was the star performer, the class act of the pack, and showing us why. just got-
134.
Even when defeat and even when he's losing legs, he's just got that level of consistency
60.
where his performance isn't wavering up and down. It's not like he's going to average 90 where he averages 100 in one game and 80 in another. He's going to average 90 twice.
100.
That is the more likely outcome when we look at Leonard Gates, and that consistency is what it
97.
takes to win groups here and get yourself into Saturday. This is
95.
the last opportunity to get yourself through to Saturday night's final in 2022. This is our last week. We'll be breaking for Christmas after the
28.
players concluded
Leonard,
on
you
Saturday.
require 112. 40.
He should have really went for treble 17 on the last dart.
140.
and that
Leonard,
could
you
be really
require
punished now.
72.
Because what could have been a tops finish is now 72, where he's only going to get 1 dart or a double. And that double is tops.
52. Alec, you require 36.
I think he thought that was in when he let go of that.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Alec Small.
And when you're playing the super quick, super fast Alec Small, you don't even have time to reach the hockey to hear the dulcet tone.
6th leg, it's Alec to throw first.
Don't
Game
like
on.
this. I don't. He's just broke the throw in 16 darts. That's a good leg of darts. It's a 93 average.
137.
And he mopes us to the board like he's
Yeah.
just missed 3 match darts. If he missed that, he was out. He'd lost. Because Leonard Gates was not going to miss that
82.
opportunity again. He's not drawing positive from the positive. He's drawing a negative from a positive, which is only going
58.
to pressurise every single situation.
And a small response to that from me is agree.
55.
Like I said, I didn't want to put too much into his brain, but there was things I picked up last time I saw him play.
83.
But the talent's there. We'll be hearing the name of Alec Small for many years to come, that I am certain of. He just needs to tidy up a few aspects of his game.
28.
It'll be one tough cookie to beat. Now, Leonard Gates came back from 3-0 down earlier. Is there going to be a roles reversal here because he was 3-1 up against Alec?
56.
And all of a sudden, he's looking very second best here.
$100. Alec, you require 167.
This is the thing why you should never be negative in that situation. Even if you stole the leg
59.
in 27 darts, you are still in the match. Doesn't matter what you do, how you do it. Just keep yourself in there, keep yourself batting, because you don't know what's coming up in the future.
100. Alec, you require 108.
Takes this 108. Even just sets it up nicely. He has done
72.
there. He's left himself top.
Leonard to require
Really
136.
This 136 from Gates. He has took two 100 plus finishers out to win matches with 126 and a 113. But this one looks like it's about to go all the way, which is what you'd expect really from the two players, the
Alec
two
require
class acts of this group.
36. Game shot on the 6th leg.
He's got that
Alec
grit
Small.
and determination, a la Luke Getty. Good sportsmanship between them.
7th and final leg. It's Leonard to throw
And I
first.
did say as this match
Game on.
started, my opening words were, could the fact that Leonard Gates is thrown first be the only difference between these two players? And what a great camera shot there is.
But that time,
80.
Alec Small, bit of fist pump, bit of aggression like that. We're going forward. We're looking forward. We're being
97.
positive.
Yeah, that positive into a negative is something, but he's young. I know he listens back, and I know he's probably got family and friends listening to us.
60.
They're
He's
probably thinking they've done exactly, they're telling him the same things.
I always
140.
found, though, that my friends didn't really tell me what I wanted to hear. They would only the real true friends
57.
possibly say something that I didn't want to hear. But you know, this is talent. This is absolute quality.
140.
Can't even begin to tell you how good that last start was as he moved right across the hockey. And throwing first has not helped Gates here because
48. Alec require
Alex Small's got at
124.
least 6 darts and 1-2-4.
92.
Good turnaround this as well. Like I said, when he got that leg at 3-1, positive. Don't dwell, don't look back. This might not be at the 100
Alec
average that you
required
wanted,
32.
but it keeps you in.
Game, shot,
It's bye
and the
bye
match.
Biden for the
Alec
American
Small.
as the Welsh Dragon roars. He continues his great streak and his charge to top of the table for Alec Small. No surprise to me. But Leonard Gates, the star performer, is now looking a little bit concerned. Next up, it's Luke Getty against Tony Newell.
So then it is Alec Small who has stolen a march and gone to the top of the Group C table after winning that battle against Leonard Gates before the break. There you see Small averaging 91, 4 out of 7 on the doubles as well. More clinical than his opponent in that department, and that really is what got him over the line in that one. It means that he moves on to 6 points and 2 clear of the man he's just beaten with a game still to play. But Luke Getty, who's in action next, can join him. He takes on Tony Newell, who can also reach 6 points after a good turnaround for the pair after a disappointing campaign for each of them in Group A. And in Group A, when they met, Tony Newell came out the victor in all 3 of their meetings. Here he is getting the better of Luke Getty on day 1. That after Luke had missed a dart at the ball to win that match. And he also won their meeting on day 2. And again on day 3, which we can see here. However, for me, Luke Getty has been the most improved player out of the trio that have been here all week so far. So this could be a really interesting bout against Tony Newell, who is looking to extend that unbeaten record against this opponent, or will Getty finally get the better of the bear? Let's find out. This one will be described by Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Chris. I think you might be reading my notes. Exactly what I've got written down here. 3 wins out of 3 for Tony Newell against Luke. But for me, the most improved player from Group A to Group C has been the man in your picture right now, Luke Getty. I'm liking his arrogance. I'm really enjoying how tenacious he is on the board, his fist pumps, his aggression. He's a much better player, which answers the question to me why he enjoys the county scene so much.
First it's Luke to throw first.
And just for a purely selfish point of view, to have his friends and family down here Saturday night would make it a great spectacle.
Yeah, it's sort of a big game for both of these, really, isn't it? When we look at what we expect from Leonard Gates and from Alec Small, but the back-to-back defeats now for Leonard Gates has just opened the door for one of these players to step in. Luke Getty's got 4 points on the board. Tony Newell's got 4 points on the board. So if they do get the win here, whoever gets it, one of them has to win the match. They will jump
60.
Leonard Gates in the table and go into that 2nd position.
Obviously working alongside Matt, the social media side of things. Just reading a few messages here. And all my T-side friends are watching. Rocky Balboa, Dennis Coleman in his grey tracksuit. Looks like he's off for a run.
85.
With all the Brambles Farm massive chasing him behind him. Carl Coleman and Jamie Durrant watching. 2 guys who I would love to commentate on here next year.
70.
Both very capable of doing exactly what Richie Parkin did a few weeks ago, after being inspired by the likes of Graham Usher and Colin Osborne. That would be a dream for me. So keep practicing, lads, because everything you're watching here is nothing that you both can't do. And Dennis, I'll see you in the seniors. Balboa.
171. Luke, you require
Great
121.
shot there from Tony Newell. Luke Getty would have just been thinking, I've got a bit of breathing room here. And then a maximum visit from Tony Newell. 3 big power trebles.
Tony, you require 150.
The opportunity. He's earned this opportunity. Now can he convert? Should get a dart at his preferred double, which is tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
Absolute quality there from Tony Newell. He looked completely out of the leg. 171, 115. That's 286 points in 6 darts. That is the quality he's got, and that is the reason he has been successful at Q School on multiple occasions.
Tony Newell at the end of the match against Leonard Gates, I said, is this the moment that inspires him to drive the week forward? And that first leg, 15 darts, 115
96.
finish. And after that 115, that will have hurt Luke. This 112 is on 68. Bullseye.
97.
Can't throw the dart any better than that, Luke.
Required 32.
Tony Newell's looking like a different man right now.
Game shot on the second leg.
This is the man we've been waiting since Monday for.
Do you know what Tony looks like right now? He looks like a man who's just won the ADC Players Championships.
Third leg, it's Luke to throw
did.
first.
And all the
Game on.
notes we had were promoting that. The guy who's come through Q School, the guy who's had a Pro Tour card for 8 years, the guy who won the ADC Grand Final last year.
58.
And, you know, he was just below par all week. And then he just had that moment against Leonard Gates and he showed some emotion.
125.
And sometimes you just need that catalyst. Sometimes you just need that moment of inspiration. Maybe that's just giving him the belief to move forward, because I fancied Getty in this game. He's been my outsider for the day. I liked what I seen with Luke. But it is looking like 4 wins out of 4 for the Bear.
140.
4 wins over Luke this week. Luke will be getting to sick the sight of him because he'll be playing for the 5th time tomorrow.
He'll be hoping he's playing him for a 6th time, because that'll mean they've both got through this group and they're playing on Saturday.
173
in the
left
finals.
there, Matt.
84.
That's the best start for Luke. Now, one thing I will say about Luke, he didn't get down.
Tony required 152.
When Tony hit that 115, it was just a wry smile, but again,
140.
it's like a different man.
Luke
78 is required.
78.
This is a big moment in the game.
Game
If
shot
he
on the
missed
third
that, he would have
leg.
given Tony
Luke
Newell an
Getty.
opportunity to break the throw. A great leg again from Tony Newell, leaving 12 after 12. But Luke Getty
Fourth leg, it's
digs
Tony to
deep,
throw first.
finds what
Game on.
he believes is his strong point in his game. That sort of combination finishing. He is starting to show it now, and he's starting to make us a bit of a believer
76.
in Luke Getty. I
57.
think this one still got quite a bit of mileage in it yet. There's going to be moments in this match where it's going to be turned and flipped.
59.
And this could be one of them moments. Tony Newell not racing out here despite having the advantage of throw, which gives Luke Getty hope. It gives him opportunity, and this is a hungry man today. He's gobbling up the chances.
When I watched these two play this week, I'm sure there was a game where it was missed double after
45.
missed double, and both of them just wanted to get off the stage. Today, this is a battle royal. And who's going to be thrown over that ring
56.
first? Next to the wrestling man. What was your name in wrestling?
I just went by myself. I'll go by my own name.
Prime time.
140.
Net my name, yeah. Just go by my normal name.
Well, didn't you have like a Brutus beefcake or a...
No, I wasn't an overly gimmicky guy, actually. I was very much just
54.
on the performance, which
Oh.
is ironic.
How about I never go out, Edgar?
I do, just if it's not a boring night.
95.
Do something interesting and
Luke
I'm
to
there.
require 154.
154 for Getty.
$59. Tony require 86.
These are the moments. These two darters. That's an unbelievable first dart, but double 16. Crucial double 8.
70.
Crucial
Luke
in a way that
require
3-1 and
95.
2-2. The difference in that in best of 7 is huge. So that's a great marker for the bull. He doesn't even have to move across the hockey.
Game
What
shot on the
a
fourth
finish
leg.
that was.
Luke Getty.
Rejuvenated. Luke Getty is looking absolutely the player we thought he would be. The guy who loves his county darts.
Fifth leg, it's
The guy
Luke
who
to
would
throw
love to play in
first.
front of his home
Game
crowd
on.
on Saturday night. He's beginning to show the player that he expected and we expected from this week. This is a great match.
I use the word resilient a lot, but what else this is very resistant.
99.
This is resistant to a quality performance here from Tony Newell. Tony Newell is playing some of the best darts we've seen from him all week, and he's playing that sort of
41.
top level that he can, what you sort of put him at, sort of that mid sort of 90s average. But Luke Getty, from 2-0 down, has really upped it. He's had a couple of clutch finishes. That one on the
85.
ball, though, was absolutely class. And that was sort of the answer to the 115, I feel, that Tony Newell put in, and he's now got the advantage of throw back, and it's
46.
like we start again, but from a best of 5.
Just my mind goes back to the game between the pair of them this week, where they just hated every second of it.
95.
One leg went down to double one, the pair, and I think they shook hands and looked forlorn. The shoulders were down. This is a proper match.
136.
It's great to see both players demonstrating the best. That is the beauty of the MODUS Super Series. Matt Edgar said, first sentence that came out of his mouth
44.
this week was, this week is a marathon, not a sprint, and used the adage of Graham Usher, who had a disastrous first couple of days, then got through his group midweek and went on to win the final on the Saturday night. And I think these two could have a similar story, because it'd be great to see one of these two in the final on Saturday night.
40.
Well, whoever wins this game will go into those positions. Obviously, there's so many more darts to play. We've got a whole day of this group tomorrow, and we've still got another round of fixtures
44.
today. But
Luke, you require
the
138.
winner will go into them top 2 positions. Will they stay there? That's going to be the story that's going to develop.
58. Tony, you require 164.
8 is not a easy gettable shot here for Getty, but he might not even get a shot at it in general. Almost a
119.
retaliation to the bullseye.
Luke, you
And
require
the point
80.
I was trying to get at there was that being back on the 80, he's only going to get 1 dart at the double as long as he stays straight. And I was trying to get that in because he's made a
27.
mess of this
Tony,
many
you
times.
require
He's done that this
45.
week, and he's done it again. For the break.
Game shot on the 5th
Big
leg.
moment.
Tony Newell.
Very big exchange of 6 darts. Luke Getty should have had a dart at tops there to get himself
6th leg.
3-2
It's
at
Tony
1
to
away
throw
from the
first.
match.
Game on.
Instead, he misses the opportunity. Tony Newell steps in, takes out the 45, breaks the throw, and is now throwing for the match, for the point, and throwing to push himself into the top 2 after 4 rounds of fixtures.
So the two things I noticed there is Luke was standing behind. Number 1, he shook his head, and number 2, and when he scored 136, he sort of closed his eyes and shook his head. So I was expecting a really poor response from him there, but that 140
134.
keeps him in this game. But Tony Newell, it's like a different player. I've sat here now for over 20 hours watching Tony Newell. Been waiting for him to play his best darts. And we get it from him now. You might see him. No, you're not, because he's ahead. You might have saw him using the 19s at that point.
134.
So seeing his best darts, we're certainly getting a very good sample of it. This leg, though, when you're thrown for the match with a throw 136, 134, 134, Luke Getty, 140, 125, 140, and he might not even get a shot.
Proper darts.
57. Luke, you
Well,
require
deserved a shot.
96.
He's deserved a shot. 2 140s and a 125. He's going to get 2 darts at a double. You feel if this does not go,
60.
that could be the last dart
Tony
he throws in
required
this
40.
match.
Tony Newell comes up, tops for the match. Double 10's been kinder to him. With that big barrel that he has, he just has to bounce off it. That's exactly what he does. A quality affair. Great respect between the two of them. That's 4 times they've played each other this week, and it's 4 out of 4 for the Bear. Tony Newell enjoyed that game. Tony goes joint top alongside Alec Small. And next up, Leonard Gates, who needs something against Jeffrey Bekema.
We are into the final 3 fixtures of the session in Group C here. Had a MODUS Super Series last week before we break for Christmas, and before the break, Tony Newell got his 4th successive victory of the week over Luke Getty. A 4-2 win for the Bear, who by winning that game, which included 115 checkout for the ADC Tour champion, goes joint top of the table, level on 6 points with Alec Small, with 3 wins from his 4 matches so far. After they've all played 4, it is very close between 5 players, and then Willem Mandigers stranded at the foot of the table without a victory to his name. The next match is Leonard Gates against Jeffrey Bekema, and who would have thought after a couple of matches apiece that Bekema would have had the opportunity to finish above Gates in the table, but that's what will happen if he manages to win this last one of the day for the pair. That's after he beat Alec Small earlier on and then got that 4-0 whitewash win over his Dutch compatriot Willem Mandigers. Small then won the crunch clash between the 2 players most fancied to progress from this group, a 4-3 win over Gates, meaning now he's won half of his matches and is looking to finish with a positive record on his debut day here at the Super Series. It's still a very open group. Can Gates close out the day with a win, or will Bakema produce another shock similar to the sizable scalp that he got over Small? I'll hand you back to Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. Absolutely a minimum of 3 wins required today. I think Leonard, with his calibre, his success would have been looking at 4 wins, and 5 wins would have been a real bonus. So to finish on 3 wins minimum, that's probably the minimum ask for him. But Jeffrey Bekema, I written him off after 2 matches. What is he doing? He's not enjoying the experience. This is a disaster for him. But to be fair, he's bounced back. And what an opportunity he has to finish higher than Leonard Gates in the group. And who would have thought that at 9:30 this morning? Certainly not me,
First
Matt.
leg, it's Leonard
Hands
to throw
up as well.
first. Game on.
I didn't think so either, but one thing I do think here, I think this game is where we see the very best of Leonard Gates. I think he comes out firing, and I think this is where he puts in a performance that
59.
really sets him up and gives him an opportunity at progressing through this group.
140.
And anyone tuning in now and seeing this throw of Jeffrey, we had our concerns even more at 9:30 this morning because he was slinging them in the big 1 and the big 5. And he was averaging 50s and 60s. But boy, has he picked his game up. 2 big wins, and he can go joint top with this win here in their last game of the day, and he will have enjoyed the experience. And one thing for sure, Jeffrey Bekema will come back tomorrow in a much better position, knowing he's had that experience, and the only way is up for him now.
64.
But the most important thing about coming back tomorrow is he's going to come back
167.
with a little bit of hope, even if he was to lose to Leonard Gates here. Hope is what you want after day 1. You don't want to be in the position of, say, Willem
93.
Mandigers, who knows he's coming here tomorrow to complete fixtures and fulfill his commitments, where there's a mathematical chance.
100.
but
Leonard requires
it's not gonna
74.
happen.
I know the fact that Willem is sat on 0 points makes it really interesting what the winning score is going to be, what's required. We did talk about 12, but we could be looking at 14, obviously, because of Mandigers so far of a drift. And that's where tomorrow, our fingers and toes will be coming into, and we'll try and give you as much information as we can as we go along. And I say that while Leonard's trying to work out his finish.
42. Jeffrey required 135.
Yeah, for me, it's 14. 14's the mark. 12 gives you an outside chance, but 14's for me, the minimum. We've seen players, I myself have gone out with 14 points in one of
38.
these groups before.
Leonard required
Didn't qualify.
32.
Surprised you got 14.
Game shot on the first leg.
Not surprised Leonard Gates pings that. Matt Edgar said we could see the best of Leonard Gates here. I think we have
Second
to
leg,
really,
it's Jeffrey
because
to throw first. Game
going
on.
overnight with 6 points. Possibly a job well done, but I think he'd have been looking for more when he's seen the group he had this morning,
140.
because anyone watching now, this guy can really play darts. serious contender. Ali Pali on Monday night against Gertenenches.
140.
He's a massive scorer. We saw him on the World Series this year as well. In the TDC calendar, proper player.
81.
Yeah, I just felt that this had the vibe and what was the sort of game where you're going to see a good player show their class.
100.
He's running over the 100 average very, very early. I would not be surprised if, when we put the graphic up for Chris Murphy at the end of the game, if it's very close to that still come the end of the match.
I think we've had a slight disagreement with me and Matt, because Matt feels that Jeffrey's throw,
60.
his point of release, is a little bit late. For me, he's just about got it right. I mean, I can't agree with anything he's doing on that backlift there, but that point of release, them darts
100.
are going in nice and smooth now. We talked about that scallop and the way it can have the affect the trajectory of the dart. And I think he's just about got the balance right now, and any nerves or any concerns or any lack of belief when he arrived here this morning.
80.
Because it is intimidating. Robert Owen once said it's a very similar to a European throw, and Jeffrey wants tops.
60. Leonard requires 76.
And this could be a big charge in this match. These are the type of finishers that win and lose games. You can keep your 180s, you can keep your 140s. You give a player who can check out regular on 76, 72, 64.
Third leg, it's Leonard to throw
That's
first.
what I promote to
Game
all
on.
players. They're the kind of finishers. Pretend you're 2-2 in a match, and you've got 76 to win the game. And they're the kind of areas that you put
100.
hours and hours and hours of practice in. And then when you do come to a scenario where you want 76 and your opponent's on a double, your memory, a positive
100.
memory of all your practice that you've been doing, then comes to the fore.
We'll have a little watch of this when we get back. I think we'll put it in slow-mo, but I'm almost
59.
certain this is late. There's so much wrist coming into this throw in order to get that sort of snap that the release point just seems well off for
100.
me. And I'd say the wrist is compensating for that. Now, that's not an advisable trait. I wouldn't advise using the wrist. The wrist is a joint.
58.
By it being a joint, we can't train it the same way that we can train muscle. So ideally, we want to be throwing with the muscle, not the joints.
36.
All that's going to do is just grind down and wear at those joints. Cause a few problems later on.
60.
It's a lovely accent that Leonard's got. Proper American.
95.
That would be good for the game, wouldn't it? A real top-class player coming through from America. No, Danny Baggish. You just have to appreciate the commitment they have when they come over, and obviously someone like Jeff Smith from Canada's
140.
commuting.
Jeffrey requires
Whereas Danny's come to the
170.
UK to give it his best. And what a conclusion to the day this would have been.
140.
Well,
Leonard, you require
We'll get onto
84.
that actually very shortly, because I think Leonard Gates is about to take a 3-0 lead. He wants 64. It'll be interesting to see what he does. 14 for the bull. Bullseye, something the Americans love
39.
due to all the soft
Jeffrey
tip they
require
play.
30.
But he's offered the opportunity to Jeffrey to get his first leg on the
Game shot on the
board,
third
and he
leg.
continues
Jeffrey
that love
Bakema.
affair with the outer ring. Now, the point I was going to bring up regarding when you say about the commitment, everything they've got to do to bring over here.
Fourth leg, it's Jeffrey to
One
throw
of the
first.
things that Australia
Game
has
on.
done very well is they've developed their own system. And essentially they've said, well, darts for us is so far away, so if we can't come to you, we'll bring it to us. And they made their
60.
own. I think that's what we need to see in America. We're starting to see that with the CDC, that we're starting to get tour events and more quality players getting together to
57.
battle it out. And now we've got the World Championship positions. They get a position in the World Cup. There's now a World Series over there, which I know from people I speak to from America
83.
that they really look forward to that all year, as that's their big opportunity to try and get into these sort of events. So maybe a little bit more development on our side, rather than saying to them, you come to us,
180.
maybe we should be taking the game to them a little bit more. And there's certainly the talent pool there.
Yeah, I've been watching the German Super League as well, and also in Asia.
100.
The Premier League's there in China, and over in the Asia there, it's a global sport now, that's for sure.
100.
It was at £17 million in prize money last year, and it's only going up. All of a sudden now you can make a living out the game of darts.
And you took a fair share of that 17 million.
Leonard
You must have took at least £750 of
164.
it.
I never talk about my wins, you know that. I'm like Uncle Albert.
Is that because you can't remember when they last was?
140.
Harsh. This will put some pressure on the 24.
123. Leonard, you
I
require
don't know why,
24.
I just feel super confident every time he goes for a double, which only means one thing.
Game shot on
Get
the
in
fourth
there.
leg. Leonard
What a
Gates.
pundit I am. If you wonder why I said that, I think that's only the second thing I've got right in 23 hours of darts.
Fifth leg, it's Leonard to throw
And
first.
the first bit
Game
was,
on.
good morning, my name's Glenn Durrant.
$41.
Not a great difference in the averages. The most important stat, what you see right there, is Leonard Gates 3,
85.
Bekema 1. What do you think he came for today? Minimum 4 wins? Or do you think he didn't really know and just taking one game at a
60.
time? How do you think he's assessing the day?
I think he's going to be disappointed. And certainly when we listened to his interview, it was very upbeat, it was very positive. But I think he's
28.
been a little bit disappointing at times. And I think he should have had a little bit more on the board. Now, he's played well. He's played good darts. He's been the most consistent player.
180.
We expected him to dominate this field. Maybe we expected a bit. He is on debut. Maybe we expected a bit too much. But this is a quality
180.
exchange. 180, followed by a 180. And he did get that clutch double in the last
94.
leg, and it might be a similar sort of situation, but if he can get it now, it will be for the match. He's already won a game before in a 1-2-6. He beat Luke Getty earlier on today. He had 100 plus out to beat Willem
59.
Mandigers,
Leonard to
113.
require 126.
So he could add to that column. 1-2-6. He won't be adding to that column in this leg.
98.
Really hoping he doesn't add
Jeffrey
to that
require
column today.
149. $125. Leonard, you require 28.
He likes to leave this Mensa double. He won't be splitting double 7 here.
21. Jeffrey required 24.
Opportunity presents itself for Jeffrey to extend this game, but not just extend it, to break the
Game
throw
shot
of
on the
Leonard
fifth
Gates.
leg.
And
Jeffrey Bakema.
I'm almost getting to the point now where I want to see Jeffrey just play on the doubles. Just throw darts at the doubles. Use the old Yorkshire
Sixth
board
leg,
tactic,
it's Jeffrey to throw
because
first.
he is so good on the
Game
outer
on.
ring.
And I'm pleased for him because we were worried after the first 2 games that the occasion had got to him. We'd looked at his stats. We knew what his capabilities were
100.
sort of on the floor. Sometimes you can flourish when you get on a stage and something as good as this, and sometimes it's just not for you. And yeah, we had our concerns, but
60.
he's proved me wrong. That's for sure, and I've quite enjoyed watching him since that, because early doors these were going near to double 5 and
81.
double 1. But he's settled in now, and if he can sneak this leg, of which he's 100 ahead.
100.
Well, he was 100 ahead. They've just been gobbled up by Gates. Needs to keep finding the red.
100.
And you said about the concern we had for him. My concern, it's so easy to look at short form, isn't it? Go, oh, is it a 60? But where is that 60? Is it a tight 60? Is it a well-packed 60? His early darts wasn't. He had 1 dart up by the tops, 1 over by the 18s. There was all over the place. They were spraying all over. This is much better. You see here, 40 points, yes.
100.
But 2 well-thrown darts. He ends up with a ton.
$82. Jeffrey, you require 120.
One of the easy finishes to remember. And it's tops for 3-3.
100. Leonard, you require 119.
I have no idea how he'll go. I'd like to think he'll start in the 19s, but with Leonard, treble 20 tops.
59. Jeffrey, required 20.
For 3-3. And the winner's double hitting's been
Game shot on
going.
the 6th leg. Jeffrey Bekema.
As Matthew said, just play on the doubles, Jeffrey. The
7th and
deciding
final leg.
factor
It's
could be
Leonard
the
to
fact
throw
that
first.
Leonard's going first.
Game on.
I did not think I'd be saying in the final leg of Leonard today that this is a must-win leg. He has any aspirations
57.
for Saturday night. This is a must-win leg.
Yeah, he's in a spot of trouble here. It's very, very rarely do we see a player
139.
odds-on favourite to win the group before it's even started. Leonard Gates was that player.
60.
He's actually favourite to win the week, which right now is looking in serious doubt.
95.
Jeffrey looks the better player right now. Did I expect to be saying that? No, I didn't. I'm eating my words sat here.
61.
And Leonard's spraying the darts all over the place. He's in panic mode right now. And to be fair, Jeffrey looks solid. Look at the eyes.
100.
He's solid. They were late releases. And that's when the tension and the panic can set in a little bit. But right now, there's nothing coming back from Leonard Gates.
60.
So
Jeffrey
167.
required 167.
Keep it simple, Jeffrey.
Game,
What
shots, and the
an
match.
ending
Jeffrey
that
Bakema.
was. Jeffrey Bekema, a guy who we wrote off after 2 games. Leonard Gates, a massive favourite. Leonard has just been trumped by Jeffrey Bekema. What a comeback that has been from the Dutch guy. It's Jeffrey 4, Leonard 3. We move on to the penultimate game of the day. It's Tony Newell against Willem Mandigers.
Well, what a turnaround in fortunes we've seen for the pair of players we witnessed in that match before the break there. Leonard Gates, he looked buoyant and brilliant after winning his first 2 matches of the day, while Jeffrey Bekema, who lost his first 2, well, he kind of looked a little lost, didn't he, after that? But since then, he's won 3 on the spin, and that means that Gates has lost his last 3, and a very good performance from Bekema there. It did go the distance, but an average of 94, by far his best. A brilliant 167 checkout in there as well. Really good stuff. A win he completed with a dozen dart leg. And it means that in the table, suddenly he has risen to joint top. 6 points, along with Tony Newell and Alec Small. Leonard Gates finishes the day on 4, certainly by no means out of it, and will look to finish in the top 2 when he returns tomorrow. Luke Getty also on 4. Willem Mandigers, though, doesn't have a point to his name so far. He'll be looking to put that right now. He faces Tony Newell in the next match. If Newell wins, then he can put himself in front by a couple of points, looking for 4 out of 5. And the pair are meeting for the 4th time this week. Newell got the better of the Dutchman on Monday, landing that double 8 to do so. Mandigers, though, returned the result on Tuesday, though Tony Newell did win the meeting between the duo yesterday. So can Tony Newell climb to the top of the table, put himself clear on 8 points with 4 wins from 5, and kind of force Willem Mandigers into a pointless day in Portsmouth? We've all had those, haven't we? Making some great points, though, in the commentary box are Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, Tony Newell won't be many people's popular pick in the practice room at the moment, because he could really put himself into a position to get through to Saturday, which we spoke about all week when we said you get that reset point, you come back to a new group, and it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity Willem Mandigers has not taken in this one. 4 games, 4 defeats, and he just hasn't looked likely at times. He's had 2 4-0 defeats today. He had 3 4-0 defeats to end yesterday. So when we look at his last sort of 7 matches, 5 of them, he has not been able to win a single leg. And that is what,
first leg,
when
it's
we
Tony
look
to
at
throw
the odds
first.
for this game,
Game
we can
on.
see a market move that can only be justified, really, by that stat. 5 4-0 defeats in 7 games. He opened today, Tony Newell, 8-11, favourite to win this game. However, he has gone off 1-5 favourite. We have had some big market moves today, and I do think that comes down to 2 real telling factors. 1, the lack of performance from Willem Mandigers, and 2, the increased performance from Tony Newell, who's starting to play like a former PDC tour card holder.
Now, I do like to talk about the sort of the psychological part of the game, what players are thinking, and this was all in jest.
140.
But I've literally just walked through the players' lounge, of which the players' marshal then says, "Are you ready then, guys?" Of which Willem Mandigers, with a smile on his face and in jest, said, "No."
60.
And psychologically, it's a joke, but inside, you know, when you've played 4, lost 4, knowing that you probably can't qualify now, it's not conducive to your best darts. And even I can score 4, Willem. And I'm a senior.
98.
I potentially thought of 17's last start there, but Willem's a mile back.
101.
Your
Tony
thoughts on the
required
group generally?
158.
It's not what I expected. I think when I was interviewed, I thought it was going to be a steamroll by Leonard Gates with Alec Small
85.
just been behind him, but and Jeremy Bekema, that's the story of the day for me.
Oh, what a game of, or a day of 2 halves. If football's a game of 2 halves, what is this?
Tony requires 73.
He opened with 260-odd averages and everything looked wrong, and he's ended up on 6 points. 167 to sign off the day was perfect.
Game
Tony
shot in
Newell,
the first leg.
perfect
Tony
at
Newell.
the start of this one. 73 finish there, gives him the 1-0 lead, and say the big complications here for Tony Newell
Second
are
leg,
the
it's Willem to
table.
throw first.
He could end the day
Game
on
on.
8 points. What a load of positivity that he can take into tomorrow and really be in with a chance
77.
of getting through to the finals.
Well, if you're using the football analogy, Jeffrey had a hat-trick in the second half, but man of the match has been Tony Newell.
129.
Want Tony Newell taking your penalty for you then, would you?
100.
Yes, bit of experience. Good centre half. And a quiff to go with it.
100. 100.
It's been a sorry week, really, for Willem. Shame. Class act.
130.
You sort of feel though it's been the week that Willem expected he was going to get.
Only on that one, what was it, 30-second chat we had with him. And straight away
36.
then
Tony required
I scrubbed out my
142.
notes and changed it to other things. But still, there was always that possibility he could play himself into form, but it just hasn't
60.
been. Whereas this guy, there was just something about the way he chatted to me this morning. He said, today's the day. And I thought that match with Leonard Gates, because one of them two I thought were going to just go and kick on from there.
Tony require 82.
We've saved a cracker of a last game, that's for sure. I'm looking forward to that one. 76 left. And that's what the
42.
modern player does a lot more now. Double-double.
106.
And you just have no confidence in this going in, so you know what that means.
80. Tony
It means
required
another
40.
missed double to add to the lots of others this week. And double 10's been his go-to double. That's a big barrel. We've said that before, the way he just sits on
20.
top of it.
Willem,
Doesn't
you
get
require
any closer than that,
26.
Matt.
Well, Willem had that run yesterday at the back end of the day where he went 23 darts without success,
10.
and the count has started
Tony
again.
required 20.
He was 0 from 9 in his last game.
Game shot on the second
He's
leg.
0 from
Tony
3
Newell.
in this one so far. So he's already on a 12 dart run.
Third
of
leg, it's
missed
Tony to
doubles.
throw first.
And potentially
on.
more if he missed others against Leonard Gates at the end.
$100. 139.
This is good to see. Like I said, if you're just watching for the first time this week, the guy throwing his darts on that brilliant
121.
camera angle there, he's had a woeful time, a very difficult time, a frustrating time. A guy that came here this week as the
100.
ADC Grand Final champion. A guy who's had played with the best 128 players in the world, and it just didn't happen. And all of a sudden, it's kick-started today. And if he
45.
wins here, it's 4 wins out of 5 for the Bear.
80.
And for Willem Mandigers, that perfect treble 20, followed by a bottom 1, a small 1. Just love the angle of this camera, though, where you can see exactly what the player is seeing. Sometimes you wonder why the
85.
move or whatever, and some of the angles of the darts this week of Tony Newell meant he had to use the 19s
40.
and 18s more.
Tony
Whereas,
required
despite how bad things are have
150.
been for Mandigers, he does throw a straight dart.
Yeah, I've just had a look back through the fixtures. The count is 12 at the
55.
moment. He
Willem, you require
was the back end of the day where he
142.
had that 23 dart running misses at doubles.
82.
He'll know.
Tony required 95.
So 95, he's gone the, what I call the old-fashioned route to go on bullseye, just to give him a chance at the bull. 89, so treble 19. And double 16, what a steal this will be.
63. Willem, you require 60. Game shot on the
After
third
12
leg.
missed doubles.
Willem Mandigers.
I didn't have any confidence of that going in. The bottom lips out. Which is usually a sign of,
Fourth leg, it's Willem to
where
throw
have they been?
first. Game on.
For Newell, just stay focused. You can tell Willem is not at the races right now.
39.
Well, remember that run yesterday? He lost those last 3 games 4-0. He went 23 darts at a double without a hit. And then
100.
the first 3 legs of today, one dart of the double, and in it went. Is this a case for Willem that he's at that point
100.
where he needs to hit the double first dart, or he just keeps missing? It's all or nothing. First dart or miss.
Yeah, we said it. Sometimes it's easier with one dart in your hand.
125.
And when you've got the 3 darts in your hand, for Willem this week, it's just they've been hot potatoes.
95. $40.
I'm just looking at the table there, Matt. This is big moments for Tony. He has got a poor, less
97.
leg difference against Alec Small, so he'd be cheering for Luke Getty in the last game, but he can only focus on what he's doing. He'd be frustrated with that because that was a good mark, but the bounce off them big bulbous barrels.
80. Willem, you require 170.
Which is not the easiest thing to say. And this would just sum.
98.
Good setup.
Tony, you require 156.
He'll just sit on top of that. Just lost the directional
40.
one. And that is what
Willem,
he
you
was doing
require
Monday, Tuesday,
72.
Wednesday. He peppered that 5 tops for the 1 dart in your hand.
52. Tony, you require 116.
He showed you exactly what the problem was. You can still do it with treble 17.
52.
Now we're getting to the
Willem,
area
you
where
require
Tony will be
20.
feeling a little frustrated now.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Because when you're
Willem
playing a player on
Mandigers.
0-4 and you're 2-0 up, your frustration can kick in. And maybe,
5th
just
leg, it's
maybe,
Tony to throw first.
he was
Game on.
beginning to think at top of the table. He was beginning to think of that winning line. If there's one thing you can't do in darts, it's that.
136. 91. 55.
Yeah, this is a bigger game, you feel, for Tony,
95.
because realistically, Willem's out of this now, where a win for Tony really going to give him a lot of hope. Adam Warner already
41.
awaiting on finals night, the first player through. We'll confirm the rest of the field tomorrow. 2 in the morning, 3 in the
56.
evening. Big feast of darts, and sandwiched between there is the PDC World Darts Championships.
Secondary.
45.
It's all about the MODUS Super Series, isn't it, Matt?
It is for us. And it certainly is going to be an
99.
intriguing finale. Seeing who gets through to Saturday, because I think it's a bit open still.
Great view with the throws. And as you can see, yeah, 5-5-5, you keep saying. That's what his week was all about. Not today. He's been so much
94.
better. The whole
Willem, you
balance of
require
his throw, the whole balance of
160.
his setup has been so much better. But Willem's just playing for what looks like fun now. He knows he can't do anything.
100. Tony, you require 130.
I'm sure mathematically he can. But I just think his old demeanour suggests to me that he thinks it's all over.
30. Willem, you require 60.
Making a mess of this, isn't he, Tony? Looked like he was going to cruise this game. But the cruise has got a bit into choppy waters.
50.
If there's one thing we
Tony, you
know when you're
require
standing behind Willem
100.
this week, there's a potential he's going to miss the double. And how many times have we seen it this week where you're never in the leg? We might see tops. And there's one of them.
60.
And that is
Willem, you
unlucky.
require 10. Game shot on the 5th leg. Willem
Well,
Mandigers.
this is a turnaround I don't think many of us expected. And how many times have we said that this week, where
6th leg.
just
It's
when you
Willem to
write
throw
someone off, they
first.
start
Game on.
producing. It's a break a throw. He's a leg away from the match, and I think this is more about spoiling Tony Newell's day than making Willem's.
78.
I think you talked about opportunities in the betting market today. But if you were a favourite backer here, especially when the score was 2-0, I think you were probably
79.
counting your money.
I think the big interesting fact here, though, is the one-paced nature of Tony Newell. Just take a look at
97.
the scoring power pack. 9 100 pluses, nothing with 2 trebles involved.
60.
Dare I say about the size of his barrels?
41.
Is he a massive 180 hitter? You know, there's pros and cons of every dart that you throw, the way it feels in your fingers, the way it flies, the old dum-dum dart to Peter Manley, the John Lowe dart, which that's very
45.
reminiscent of a Phil Taylor Gen 5 dart that Tony's throwing. But it's his signature dart, one he likes. Positives and negatives.
140.
But I just think sometimes if you hit the treble 20 bet, it's very difficult to follow through, hence the reason he has to use the treble 19.
135. Willem,
like
you
it's
require
one treble a barrel.
145.
He's in trouble. He's in big trouble. That trouble is only growing. Mandigers looking to set himself up. A nice little finish here for the
83.
match. 83 leaves him on 62. So you'd expect him to get a match start. There's no guarantee with Mandigers. He has been a bit wayward when it comes to the big numbers.
128.
Tony's done all he can.
Willem,
though.
you require 62.
In a competition where doubles have been disastrous for him,
Game,
that trend
shots,
stops
and the match.
with immediate
Willem
effect.
Mandigers.
And the shocks continue to go ahead today. Just when Tony Newell saw the eyes on the prize, it's bottom of the league, Willem Mandigers, who gives himself the remote chance of qualifying for Saturday night with that victory over Tony, 4 legs to 2. Final game coming up, one not to be missed. Top of the table, Alec Small against the rejuvenated Getty.
Well, it has been a case of expect the unexpected today here at the Super Series. If you'd have said before that penultimate match, will Tony Newell beat Willem Mandigers, you might have expected the reply, the Bears go to the woods with toilet roll under their arm. But the Bear was beaten by Mandigers, who hadn't won a single game to that point. The Dutchman getting off the mark, a 4-2 success for him, as we can see here. Newell just slipping his standard in that last match of the day, and Mandigers taking full advantage to mean that he will not be finishing on nil point in the group table at the end of the first day of Group C. He's now just 2 behind Leonard Gates and Luke Getty. Getty, who's in action next and can make it a 4-way tie at the top on 6 points if he can defeat Alec Small, who will be looking to put a little bit of daylight between himself, Newell and Bekema. So then, the pair about to do battle. Here's a story of Small's day so far. Alec has enjoyed victories against the likes of Tony Newell, rescuing this shot in his opening match. But he was beaten by Bakema. Got the better of Leonard Gates. Also beat Mandigers earlier on. And Mandigers, well, Newell got the better of Getty earlier on. And it looked like a big result that you can see the disappointment from Luke Getty, who was on a bit of a streak, playing really well, felt that was there for the taking, but it still is in this group. It's wide open, and he, as I mentioned, can make it perfectly poised with 4 players on 6 points tomorrow. If Small wins, though, he will be 2 clear at the top of the table. So let's see which way it goes with Glenn Durran and Matthew Edgar, who I noticed has stopped predicting things. Wonder why?
Glory hunter, that's all he is. He's happy to be ahead. But that just sums it up. I've been looking forward to this game. Had my eye on it for a few games. Once again, the privilege of sitting here, and I've watched these guys for over 20 hours each. Last time I was here with Alec Small, I picked up so many positives about him, some negatives. Maybe he wanted to chat with me afterwards, and I thought I'd leave him alone because I knew he was back here. And with Luke Getty, despite the fact he was losing game after game this week, I was seeing more positives than negatives. And on a very purely selfish point of view, if a Luke Getty win here really brings that table close together to make tomorrow a must-viewing day. But it's Small's darts. He has the opportunity to really make a mark and drive forward his chance to be there Saturday night.
Yeah, the predictions have slowed down a bit at the moment. I just don't see the value at the moment. I don't see where
50.
That's coming from at the minute. So I like to predict a bit of value, try and point you in the right way.
140.
It's been a difficult one to predict, so if I was you, I would keep your 100% one, because some of the results today,
45.
from top against bottom, bottom against top, then the Jeffrey coming back from absolutely nowhere, Leonard Gates
26.
only winning 2 games. You know, I'm here to be a pundit and give my recommendations, but if you'd have listened to me on most of the games, would have been struggling.
60.
But what it does mean is that this group is wide open. Anyone can get to grips with this game, and not many people will go to bed
44.
tonight thinking, I'm totally out of it. There'll be disappointment. There won't be many people really delighted with the showing today, apart from Alec Small, who has the
97.
opportunity to finish the day on 8 points.
I still think it's the top 2. I still think Leonard Gates, despite the fact he's only on 4
96.
points, I'm still quite confident that he'll be able to get that turned around tomorrow, get himself up that table, especially if Alec Small does win this game, because what he'll then do is he'll almost become like a bit of a tag team partner.
100.
Leonard
Alec
Gates,
require
in the point that everyone he
138.
beats will do Leonard Gates that favour as well. Sticking with my top 2 prediction.
98. Luke require 149. 59.
Has an
Alec
opportunity
require
here
40.
to take the lead 1-0 with throw. Slow
Game
start,
shot on the
but
first
he's
leg.
over
Alec
the line,
Small.
and that's all you need when you're top of the table. Just give yourself that cushion, open up the gap. Make
Second leg,
yourself
it's Luke to throw
firm
first.
in that
Game
position.
on.
You don't want to have to then start looking at the legs column. Keep it simple, like Glenn keeps saying. Keep it on that yellow column, which is points. The first deciding factor.
123.
Now I have this minor obsession of watching Alec when he does hit a winning double.
83.
And he shook his head again because he was disappointed he's only won in 20 darts. And he's turning a positive into a negative.
And say when you're winning,
27.
you get the prizes. I've never seen anyone stood shaking their head with that big novelty check or the trophy at the end of the event. I've
134.
never seen anyone stood there going, but I only averaged 85. They wave it around. I mean, look at when you won the Premier League, he was waving that trophy around despite the stats. It doesn't matter, does it? It's about
60.
it's about the trophy.
Yeah, that winning double, I turned around. The only person I could see was a cameraman. Someone said, did you feel cheated?
180.
I said I won 275,000 quid that night. I did not feel cheated. I still have 2,704, 99.5 before you even crack that joke, Matthew. Tops.
84. Luke, you
Surprised
require
you didn't go with drawing in
151.
£10 notes so you could count it.
Expected more from Luke in this game.
41.
It's not over by a
Alec, you
long way.
required 20.
It's one-way traffic right now.
Game shot on the
And it's
second
job
leg.
done for the Welsh
Alec
Dragon.
Small.
One thing you don't want to do
Third
with
leg,
a
it's
player
Alec
like
to throw
Alex
first.
Small,
Game on.
someone who loves just being at the dartboard, someone who just loves throwing darts, is giving him a
79.
2-0 lead. He's been pretty classy today. I was very impressed with him last time, Matt. And it looks like he could be finishing the day a clear leader.
134.
You made a comment, I believe it was yesterday, if not yesterday, Tuesday. The day you said it's irrelevant,
140.
but you mentioned that you gave some advice about county, and you said the moment you started becoming better at county was the moment you started caring less about the averages. I think Alec is a
135.
player that absolutely loves averages far too much, because as soon as he won that last leg, the first thing he did was look at the board to count how many
96.
darts it was.
I don't know if the guys are still watching in Teesside, but they know I used to finish a Super League, Matt, and go 27-31. And they're like, how do you know? I was counting the darts I was going along.
30.
And then I remember people always saying to me, Glenn, I didn't realise it looked like you were playing bad and you did 30 average. Once I started forgetting about
100.
averages, because honestly, all averages is how well you're hitting the checkouts, because most of these players, there won't be a lot of difference between the first 9 darts. You know, they show that stat an awful lot now. You
Alec,
can see the
require 86.
massive figures people are hitting. It's just how well you're doing your doubles. And double 16 for a 3-0 lead.
70. Luke, you require 102.
So that's what I try. And it's a lot of the younger players as well. It doesn't help with us throwing stats on, but double 16.
70. Alec, you require 16.
Double 8 for Alec. It's not the greatest amount. He's going to have to move across the hockey.
Game shot on the third leg.
Moves he does, and
Alec
there's that
Small.
shake ahead again. And there's the apology. So the two things I really hate about
Fourth
darts,
leg, it's Luke to throw first.
and what Luke
Game
Getty did
on.
a few days ago, which I absolutely loved. He won a scrappy leg, and what did he do? He fist pumped to his opponent. Not directly, but made sure that he
77.
saw it. And that's exactly what I would recommend to Alec.
Yeah, Alec is 3-0 up. What more do you want?
60.
In 5 minutes.
$70.
Yeah, I expected a little bit more here from Luke. Definite one-way traffic here for the Welsh Dragon. And 4 wins out of 5. Just what the
57.
doctor ordered. And in a league table where 12, 14 points will
97.
arguably be enough tomorrow. A return of 3 wins tomorrow for Alec. Means he's pretty much going to
134.
qualify, and that then takes out the equation of having to beat people like Leonard Gates. You can use that as a bit of a free roll. They're the kind of things you could think about, but I think the type of personality
95.
he is, he's just the only thing he's focusing on is the next dart. And when they sit like that,
130.
lovely setup. No finish for Getty, but he can do some damage in setting it up.
105. Alec, you require 120.
There's the first part. There's the second part.
80. Luke, you require 57.
Tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Luke Getty.
And his double has been so much better today as the crowd goes wild. Who's going to tell him? Me or you?
Fifth leg, it's Alec to throw first.
There's no
Game
crowd
on.
there, Luke. And what makes it doubly difficult now for Luke Getty is the fact that
97.
if it does go the full distance, Alec's going to have the darts twice in them, so he's going to have to break him twice. That, right to this moment, looks a very difficult task.
30.
I talk an awful lot about being fresh coming into a
60.
competition, and people who've been here for 3 days. Now, that takes my mind for tonight, because it's an impossible task for me to try and pick 3 from 5 from the group tonight. But just looking how fresh Alec is,
83.
does that then give the opportunity to say people like Nick Kenny and Kai Fan Lung and Rob Collins are going to have the better of
58.
Chris Landman and Richard Veenstra? Or the fact that they've had this extra morning, afternoon to prepare for tonight will be good for the Dutch duo. What I do know is it'll be a great night
80.
of darts, and please tune in, watch in at 10 o'clock tonight. Sporty stuff, channel
40.
437 on the dedicated MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And even better, come and watch the finals night here on Saturday.
168.
Dartshop.tv. And guess what? The tickets are absolutely free.
60. Luke to require 140.
Your chance to meet Matt Edgar. I shouldn't have said that. I might put you off.
60.
Steady 60. Ton would have been really nice. Would have left a double, but with Alec on 186, we're surely not going to see another
96.
massive turnaround here.
Luke to require 80.
And he'll stay there. He might have to move along the hockey, which he does. You can see that tops now.
Game shot on
And
the
that
fifth
wonderful
leg.
angle.
Luke
And there's the
Getty.
fist pump. We have seen so many players come back from 3-0, 3-1 down. I can say what made it doubly
Sixth
difficult
leg, it's
this
Luke
week.
to throw first. Game on.
Oh, in this match, sorry, is that he's going to have to break Alec twice, but job done first of all. Now we'll be simply thinking 15 data, please. It's a bit low for him, so he'll go down the 19s.
60.
Not the best of starts.
57.
Now it's about composure for Alec. I think he was dipping for the line at 3-0 up.
59.
Now we need to get back in them starter blocks. The perfect dart for him. He should follow that in for a ton.
41.
He'd be disappointed with that last dart. Once again, that last dart is the dart he begins to walk on. It's the dart for me that has the potential to have
57.
the inconsistency. As you can see there, he's just having a quick look at the scoreboard.
97.
That little bit of composure, that little reset. He didn't throw it until he knew what he was looking for. That treble 19 could be crucial.
42.
Now, the reason he's going to go down here is that treble 19 there, plus a treble 20 would have
39.
left the big fish. It's all getting a little bit scrappy. It's all getting a little bit messy here for the Welshman. And Getty, who hasn't had an awful lot of luck this week.
60.
A few 4-3 defeats that could have gone either way. He's getting some opportunities here that I
97.
didn't expect, and potentially he didn't either. Both averaging around the 80 mark, so games that Luke can win.
80. Alec to require 170.
Is this going to be the last 3 darts of the day? Them beautiful
58.
autism flights.
Luke to require 143.
He'll stay there, but
81.
squeeze that in the
Alec to
treble
require
19
112.
for the match.
Game,
What
shot,
a finish
and the
from the
match,
Welsh
Alec
Dragon, and it's
Small.
mission accomplished for Alec Small. He come in here fresh as a daisy this morning against a few players who've been playing here all week. He sounded confident in his interviews, and he's backed that up. It's 4 wins from 5 for Alec Small. He'd be looking forward to tomorrow, that's for sure, where he becomes a big favourite to qualify for the group. Alec Small 4, Luke Getty 2.
Thanks, Glenn. Yeah, I thought we were going to get a match that really summed up the day. Matthew Egger's been up here quite a while. It looked like it was over, but Getty threatening a comeback in that one.
Yeah, I came up here very early. At 3-0, I thought it was game, set, and match. And then Getty did come back into that. He played pretty well. And the 80 finish at the end, he's shown good signs. He's shown good signs today in general. So some positives there moving forward. Yeah,
Small getting over the line, though, which means he does lead the group at the halfway stage. It will resume tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. But it is all to play for, well, 4 other players, you would say. Probably too much for Mandigers to do.
Yeah, I don't think there's any hope, really. Mandigers is going to be turning this around. He can only reach 12 points. There's 5 games to play tomorrow. And the players above him, you'd expect them, someone's going to come through the pack there and do that. Luke Getty on 4, Leonard Gates on 4. I think Leonard Gates, the more likely to go through the pack and get the 5 wins. Glenn Durant expected that today. Now he's had a day to experience that. He could be the player that comes through there. Tony Newell, though, big improvement from him today.
Yeah, story of the day for me, though, is Jeffrey Bekema. He lost his first couple of games, looked a little bit lost, and then suddenly turned it on, won the last 3, and he got better and better as the day went on.
Oh, he was a long way off, wasn't he? The first 2, he was averaging 60 for 2 games, 60s. And it almost looked lucky he was getting those 60s, because if it wasn't for his opponent going out and checking out on the finishes, it was just going to continue and drop even further. And we looked at that and we thought, is he a little bit out of his depth? No. He won the next 3 games, winning with a 167 finish in the last one. Could be a danger. We just don't know yet.
Yeah, 94 average in that one as well, the best he's ever produced in any competitive game of darts. Let's have a look, though, at what's happening tonight, because this group will resume tomorrow. But Group B gets underway 10 p.m. this evening, live here on Sporty Stuff TV. And it's that group in the middle there. Adam Warner already through on the left as a Group A winner. Second and third in that group, competitive right to the death with Richard Veenstra and Chris Landman. But Kai Fan Lung coming in, Nick Kenny and Rob Collins. That is a really tough group to pick.
Oh, definitely. I'm going to have my work cut out for me, because I've got to sit down and try and pick some things out later on for the Greyhound show. And I've been trying to have a little look at it in between games this afternoon, and it's a tough group to pick. I'm not looking forward to having to be the guy that predicts that one.
3 go through from 5 in that group. But what I'll ask you to do right now is just to pick one that you think won't make it.
I'm going to go with Rob Collins for the not making it. If we look at, I mentioned in commentary, actually, that when he first came onto the tour, he reminded me a little bit of Rob Cross. And then it's just not happened for him, and he's dropped off. Every time I've seen him, I've not been really too impressed, and it's not happening for him at the moment. I think that group might be too tough for Rob Collins.
Well, you can catch Edgar's prime picks tonight on Sporty Stuff TV around 8:25 p.m. We'll be back there and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel at 10 p.m. for the start of Group B. But in Group C, Small leads the way, but it is small margins, and it is all to play for. We'll see you tonight.